Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. 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 Please don't let me in. Yeah. Go and play that. Take you down, I'ma say that. Mine need me a couple dollars. Telling you now this payback. So I take that. Ask them now what stage at. I've been going to the top and I got what they not, so I know that they hate that. But I'm on now. All these lanes gonna zone out. And all these lanes gonna tell you what I did, and they switch and they bust till I fall out. But I know that, so I keep what I'm doing cause I own that. And I stay in the lab and I kill everything, but I don't ever move, I'm a Kodak. So I'm gone, finally back in my home. I'm working like so much, they swear I had me a clone. Can't answer my phone now, just leave it there, that tone. Ballin', can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me in.
Please don't let me into my zone. I just need some time of my own. All these people trying to get a conversation. You can conversate to that tone. My God up on that throne, yeah. So I'm never alone, yeah. All these people trying to box me in. I'm Mayweather, it's on, yeah. Now they ask where I'm at. Making hits that Lambe. I'm MJ, I'm 2-3, man. I just need some time back. I'm zoned in like defense. My life gone, no recess. But I live my best one, so I got no regrets. So I'm gone. Finally back in my home. I'm working like so much, they swear I had me a clone. Can't answer my phone now, just leave it there, that tone. Ballin', can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone.
Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. Let me into my zone.
Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Please don't let me in.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks hard deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks hard deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in a cycle. I can't believe you say you love me, then go and leave me. Kick it ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks are deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I see your hands, Delilah, don't you know my I see your hands, Delilah, don't you know my, don't you know, I see your hands, Delilah, don't you know my.
Till they come up, it's the first page, but I shift the road up just like an earthquake. Still follow my dreams, even in the worst way. Still doing my thing, no break in my birthday. Take a long way home, had to lean on myself. Let's try to swallow me whole. Jump so high, it's not about a cushion in the max, but all about power through the struggle and the test. 30 air in my lung, I can even breathe. Praying to the sky, even almost getting sick. I am who I am, even talking from the street. If it wasn't beef, they would turn me to the beast. Before getting caught up, I need to get caught out. Stuck in a cage, trying to find my way to broke out. Got a whole lot of pull now, I just need a boat out. One day on my shelf, so my tickets will be sold out. Used to be the kid, now I'm here the top. Hustle, pay the price, so we don't stop. Racing time, fighting with the clock. I'm a runner, played out from the start. Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. Ready for the ride, ready for the fight. I said I move too quick, don't last, leave the highlight. No time, I got no time. Road to the hilltop, always so rugged, so tight. Gamble with my life, hard to being on my own. Trying to stay in line, so I live it on my phone. You can find one of kind person like me. Live it in the moment, had to set my mind free. Cause over fear, anytime's near. I'm to the tears, finally don't shed tears. Betting on me is the right way, stand now. Always pulling down the ramp before the rainbow. Used to be the kid, now I'm here the top. Hustle, pay the price, so we don't stop. Racing time, fighting with the clock. I'm a runner, played out from the start. Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't go back and having regrets. Hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
Can't tell me nothing, don't know why. I'm around for the long ride. Look up, kiss the sky, waste no time. I'll be brightest of my life.
Used to be the kid, now I'm here the top. Hustle, pay the price, so we don't stop. Racing time, fighting with the clock. I'm a runner, played out from the start. Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't go back and having regrets. Hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
faint buzz is a warning. It may be the last thing you hear. But I'm the last thing you'll see. Was hit hard. He'll live. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over. Withdraw your men.
Say again, Grim.
I'm going in. My turn. What's going on? What the? Impossible. Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. The data key on your jugular.
You were saying?
What was on that server? QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why?
A horrendous sight for this sort of thing. You can't be going for the big break plays. Hajime in trouble, rotating around like Colas. Where are you? You need to get here now. Gonna bide his time, runs on it. Oh, he baits it out and misses the shot. Oh, this is deadly. Mouse one goes hard in a clutch situation. Well, those two. And only Giri guts him down at a big close quarters.
Trying to bait out some sort of a move to get off the user, but right now knowing full.
Takes 2 out, looking for utility zipper on the plant. Bolivian, there you go. That's the shots you were looking for. The drop down has the sideline. Can't find the angle of the diffuser. Bolivian's hunting him right now. The pixel! Bolivian with the quad and the clutch. The 1v3 clutch up into the defuse. A straight, a 4th round here, Cthulhu.
Eesh. Nasty way to go.
Yeah, look, that was not the play.
Which is always good to see from the gamer himself, continuing the streak even further. Striker's low on HP. This could be a quad kill clutch from him.
Play, yeah, okay. Quad for Souffle. With the suppressed 9 mil, he's going to make it work. 1.5 times scope goes hard. The Canadian.
C4.
Absolutely dismantled it. The C4 does tonight. Out of Hoban. He's come up white. It's a 3 versus 2. They've joined up. Oh my lord, look at that. He's got control. He's got control. It's Hoban for 3. What is this, Cthulhu? What is this?
Ooh.
Make that. Oh my god.
Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't hold back, and having regrets, hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
And welcome back, everybody, for Operation League Autumn the Operation League 2022 Autumn Split. My name's Lan. Joined by me is the one and only Black and Blue. We are here for day 6 for more Rainbow Six.
Yeah, I mean, it's day 6, and granted, things are early, but things have been shaping up to be quite interesting, at least in terms of the results for the opening play days that we've had here in the Rainbow Six Autumn Split for this entire Operation League. So I'm curious to see how things will continue, Lan.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a pretty interesting first few weeks. We're 3 weeks into the league already, and we're seeing massive upsets. We've got a nice, juicy lineup of matches here today in the on the show. But what can I say? I mean, Black and Blue, watching from the sidelines, obviously we weren't on the broadcast for a while. It just seemed like a lot of the names that we did expect to play out better just weren't, unfortunately.
Yeah, especially, you know, Apex Last Hope that we all know to tout, Elevate. They've been having some recent struggles here in the Operation League. You lost to Varianx in the last match and the match right before that as well. And so we're looking to see if, you know, maybe it's one of those things where, you know, post major eyes are on you on how you played. People are wanting to take you down, doing their best, and it does seem to at least give us the results that were really a stark contrast from, I think, what we predicted earlier on.
Yeah, well, just to be clear, they almost lost to Variance 7-5. They still won, but they did lose to Fury and Champion.
Yeah, Fury.
Those are actually right. Yeah, those are big upsets, because honestly, like, sure, I believe Fury as a roster is very strong and always has been. Yeah, we've seen them being very aggressive. They've taken a lot of teams, and, you know, the cast is on desk by surprise. But Champion, honestly, their position last season, I did not expect them to come anywhere near close to Elevate, but they still did take that victory. I believe that was a victory 7-5 as well, so close, but still pretty decent.
I mean, you talked about Fury, and they were one of those teams that we really were looking forward to seeing how far they could go last season. This season, they're looking to go really far, because they're at the top of the board right now, like, bar none. Direwolves, the second one in place, and Gaming Gladiators. So the top 3 making sense from the top 4 of last time around, but we've got some spicy matches today, and we talked about those former champs, and they're playing here today again for the opening match.
Yeah, so for that opening match, we've got Obsession versus Elevate, followed by Estrate versus Gaming Gladiators. Now, Estrate versus Gaming Gladiators is, yeah, you know, we don't expect them to win, but they've somehow always come quite close in the last few matches.
Yeah,
to actually taking away the victories.
Well, their run last season wasn't exactly the most stellar, was it, right? Estrate. We've seen them in other tournaments outside of the Operation League do a bit better, yes, show us a bit more, but we want to see it here when things really matter, when it comes down to the most official circuit that they're playing in, right? So that's something I want to see. Hopefully for Estrate, they almost beat Obsession during Playday number 4. That went in overtime, 8-7. So that was really their closest match here of the day. But out of most of the matches that we have seen for them, it's been a pretty one-way show. The other matches we weren't able to talk about real quick. It's Varianx versus Champion and Direwolves versus Fury to end things off. But speaking of Obsession, we're obsessed with them. Here's a roster.
Yeah, we've got Roldini, Silence, Jay Lucky, Miller Mo, and our new guy, Canom, who has been doing pretty well despite his negative KD. So he's actually been doing pretty good, but I'm glad to see Miller Mo making it into this season here today in as for basics.
Well, some of these players, we've seen them for quite a while, even before this Obsession roster was put together. Roldini being one of those players as well, and Jay Lucky. We've seen them compete, you know, in on other rosters, other teams, and they've always been staples of the APAC South scene here, especially the Operation League SEA scene. It's nice to see them once more back here into this season. Obviously, Lan, is it your first day casting here for the Autumn Split?
No, this is actually my third.
Really? This is my first day, I believe.
Yeah, I'm
casting
pretty
for
sure
the
this
Autumn
is your
Split.
first day.
Yeah, so it's
Yeah.
really nice to be back. I didn't even realize. Yes. And to see these guys, well, we've seen these guys at the very least quite a bit elevate. They've raised the bar for expectations on both them and the SCA scene during the last major, but they themselves seem to have faltered from those eyes just peering into how they play. Onigiri, Mark, Mr. Punch, DCH, Angry, they need no introduction, but hey, we're gonna do it anyways because they deserve it. Elevate, that team that we saw end up second last time around, right, and did go much further than the number 1 seed from Operation League and Gaming Glads, but still, they are the ones who are seemingly suffering from, once again, those eyes being placed upon them for this season at the very least. Obsession should be an opponent that they have all marks of taking.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they've got this one in the bag, but we're going to Villa today, and you'll see that they've banned out some of Obsession's more interesting maps, like I believe they've got an affinity for Bank and Theme Park, but not going towards it this time. We do see Villa play quite often so far in this current season of Rainbow Six in general. We've been to Villa quite a few times already.
Well, Villa, it's a map that we have seen them had okay results in the past. They haven't played it yet this season, at least here for Elevate, this season of the Operation League. For Obsession, I don't think they've played it either. I'm looking through the history right now. No, they actually have, and okay, they did versus Direwolves, but then again, it's Direwolves, and they got quite manhandled in that one, 7-1. So it very was much so favored in their side. Elevate, they're a team that, even though we might say they should have this in the bag, we look at their history recently and how they've been playing. And they lost versus Champion, they lost versus Fury, although, yes, Fury, another great team, and almost lost versus Varianx. So they're, once again, consistency has been taking a bit of a hit this season. Predictions? Are you sticking by this, Lan?
Honestly, I want Elevate to win, and I think they should be winning here against Obsession, but they did lose against Champion. So I still think they will win. I still think Elevate will take this one. I've got faith. They are a fantastic roster. They're very skilled, very, very talented. I definitely think that Obsession has a lot to work on.
I could not disagree with you. I mean, Champion, still, also a good team. They ended up 5th, mind you, last season in the Operation League, and were a mere match or two away from being qualified into the playoffs, to going into that top 4 and beating out Fury. Only really, what, Actually, they were neck and neck in points. They just barely lost out in round differential. They could have replaced Fury in that playoff. So Champions, definitely not a team to be scoffed at, not a team to take lightly. And yeah, I think I'm sticking with my prediction too here. I think that final game though of the day, Direwolves versus Fury, the perennial 3rd and 4th seed that we've had here in the Operation League this year, that's going to be a hell of a match to spectate.
Yeah, mind you, that last we'll talk about that after. I was wanting to talk about this giveaway real quick. The giveaway this time around for the same thing as usual. We've got our pins and our R6 credits. So make sure you check in the hashtag call your shots in the chat. And nothing's new there, but we'll be giving these away every match. So don't miss your chance. You've got 4, and of course you've got every stream available. If you speak Mandarin or if you speak Thai, there are other options and other places you can also grab this. So do not miss your chance to jump on every single one of these broadcasts.
Yeah. So once again, guys, follow the Twitch channel you guys are watching this on. Place that hashtag call your shots. And you guys might be just as lucky as some of the former who have won these giveaways. But Obsession, we're looking at them right now. We know what they bring to the table. I like Canome's, what should we call it? Does that even pass for a curtain? Something. Tom and Jerry draped over the window. Gives us a light feeling. But Angry, he's got a hell of a setup. You know this guy streams.
Oh yeah, this guy's he's got it made. But hey, I just want to talk about these last matchups. So in the first half of the summer split, Obsession went 0-7 to Elevate.
Oh.
But in the second half of the summer split, I believe they at least went 4-7 against Elevate. So there is. That
was a final day too.
Yeah, absolutely. And so
it was a cafe.
That's a big one.
It was cafe.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, and so I mean, that's a pretty decent reason why it's banned out this time. They don't want to go there, but it shows that Obsession can take this to Elevate, and they can win rounds. I just definitely think Elevate are stronger, and I hope they can break this little losing streak they've got going on.
I mean, it's definitely not a far out of the question, right, for you to be expecting Elevator. That's why the entirety of the talent roster here, the casters, panelists, analysts, we've all predicted Elevate to win this because of what they've done in recent times. But we love to be pleasantly surprised. I'm going to give you another number from that one you talked about. 7-0. Elevate did beat Obsession, yes, in that first half of the summer, their first matchup of the summer split. And that was on Villa as well. So they absolutely swept them. But then again, we know that it was Elevate in one of their hottest periods as a roster. They went on to Berlin right on after in the major, and they did what we obviously saw they did. So really different hopes here for both teams. Elevate trying to regain some of the glory they had last split. Obsession trying to gain that really for the first time and gain that respect as well. Let's see things here. Attacking side, I believe. It's going to be Obsession, yes. Elevate on the defense. What do you think about this composition here? Especially looking like Cannon's going to be in a blitz.
You know what? Whenever I see blitz, I honestly think it's bait, or they just don't have respect. But they definitely do have some kind of reverence for Elevate as a fellow Southeast Asian team. Or in general, obviously the big dogs, despite their current streak, they are looking like they can swap it to an Ashe, which makes a little bit more sense considering Ashe can pace herself a little bit better and isn't always so hard set on having to blitz.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb
well,
and defuse it.
Seems like they do stick on to that Ashe. A lot of times you'll see if they really go for a blitz pick to be swapped on in at the last second, right? Instead of picking it outright first and foremost. So makes sense why it's swapped on out here. Elevate on the defense, playing towards that game site. Seems like the master take is what Obsession want to start off with. But Jay Lucky, he starts off with a pick, and Miller Mo as well. Elevate, they're crumbling at the seams here early on.
Yeah, it's a little bit early for Mark and Angry to get taken down. Albeit Angry being kind of new to the roster here. But that doesn't matter. He shouldn't be getting eliminated within the first few moments of the round starting. So now we've got Onigiri having to pull back into Trophy and probably even retreat all the way back to site. But he doesn't get all the way back. Jay Lucky takes him down the DMR, and he doesn't even make it through.
Doesn't even really scrape him. A mere flesh wound is all he delivers back in return. And this defense from Elevate is already looking like a lost cause. Mr. Punch, though, nice jab he throws here at Obsession to find Canom. That won't really equalize the odds enough. They're going to need a bit more. Being tricked right now. They get the wall. Actually keep it closed for the meantime. They can still get this open, though, in just a sec. A perfect trick? Nope. Small hole made. Perfect pick found here by DCH.
Yeah, he managed to pick that one up. Put them a bit of in a position where they have to rethink their entry. Doesn't seem like it's going to work, though. Silence going to walk right in, collect that headshot onto DCH. And now Mr. Punch is all alone. He's going to make this one work. 1v3, and it's odds are against him. Albeit this being the first round, it is not good. Plant does go down. He's going to check his 6 now. But they all kind of know where he is. He's got the SMG-11, swaps over to the shotgun, but in time, he gets taken down. Jay Lucky back again with the silence DMR. Doesn't give him much of an option.
Yeah, stays out there in the open, seen all the way from the study. And, well, they're taught the lesson. Elevate. What a quick way to just really crumble early on. Obsession. They get 2 opening picks. Somehow, it seems like Elevate were surprised of that fact. And then they just, well, the advantage was too big in Obsession's favor. They couldn't recuperate after that. Couldn't really rally back. Obsession, swinging to the Amaru, is that for real? They could swap on over later, but based on this current comp, it could definitely be a stick. They have all the pieces, the makings of a potential rush. Fortunately for Elevate, they've got some traps to slow that down if it ever is the case.
You're going to give it another shot here over on ANG. I just think they need to give Obsession a bit more credit. You know, they need to respect that they can pull things off like that, but they need to just, I suppose, tighten things up. You could speculate so many things, right? Black and Blue, like we could just say like, oh yeah, sure, they're like, they're not taking this seriously. It's just Operation League, or oh, you know, they're saving strats, or they're just trying to make the new guy fit in, or you know, they're using this as a test for the new guy. But at the same time, it doesn't benefit the region, nor does it in fact actually benefit the organization if they do that. So we have to wonder if this is a real performance coming from a real organization that's putting in a lot of effort.
I mean, in any case, in these type of things, you'd always expect the majority of the effort being shown at the very least, like 90% at the bare minimum, right? But you'd still want the utmost importance put into the intents of what they do here, because as you said, yeah, the organization, they're not going to be happy about these kind of losses, especially against teams that they should be able to beat. But Miller, Mo, and Rodini, Obsession, my goodness, a quick blitz to start things off in terms of their speed, their pace. They're really catching Elevate off guard. Onigiri goes down, he's a wrap, and it's down to another 4v2 early on at the 2-minute mark.
That Smoke doing a lot of work. Who's right behind the bar, manages to dodge a couple of bullets. Flash doesn't do much. He gets pushed and he gets played. Elevate control the site, leaving only Rodini left all alone. 3 flashbangs can make this work with that LMG, but he's got a lot to go for. And right now, they've got Toxic Babes, 1 left in the back pocket. Means they can buy a lot of time. He's still got 1:25 seconds left, though.
Yeah, but how did they even turn that back? Suddenly, a flurry of, what, 3 kills falls the way of Elevate. Now Rodini, he's placed in a tough spot. What a...
They needed to make that work.
Yeah, what a heartbreaker of a round this would be, Lan, if they lose this.
What an ego boost it would be for Obsession, though, considering that they made this push. And, yeah, you know what I mean? It's heartbreaking regardless, right? I mean...
Either side,
Obsession on one hand, yeah. Having to push in, put so much effort, and now they're pushing up. He's taking down a lot of gadgets, but he's getting cornered on all sides. He doesn't have any options left available, and Mark finds that last kill onto Rodini, securing the round from a match that seemed pretty much out of their hands to begin with.
Yeah, how did that even go that way?
Back and forth.
It seemed like I saw, I think was Was it Roldini? No. It was, I believe, Mr. Punch somehow be able to get onto their back line, and Angry as well. Just, he swings one, gets one with the SMG-11, swaps to a shotty, gets a second follow-up, and the third just falls into place as well. Things line up. They all get, I guess, their spacing just messing them up, keeping them in a muck. An obsession. They fall prey to really, I guess, their, competence in terms of thinking, okay, this round is done. We have the advantage, but suddenly just slips away. So it ain't over to the Lady Sings. They learned that the hard way as Elevate. They take the round and move on over here to Master.
They finally got some rotation coming back in, but I mean, when we spoke about Elevate beating Obsession 7-0 in the first half of the summer split, they beat them 7-0 on Villa.
Yeah.
But now coming into Villa again, Obsession finally picking up that first round and coming close to that second. It's looking like at least they've made a lot of improvements over the last few months. This time around, Kanam's going to bring that thinker and he's going to keep up that aggressive side and keep those aggressive passives for the team. But it really does come down to whether Elevate are ready to respond to that, because so far, 2 rounds in a row, Obsession have just very angry, in very angry fashion, just run at the defending team, and only sometimes are Elevate ready to receive.
Well, at this point, Elevate should be able to expect that, so maybe a change in pace here. Change of speed is going to benefit them. Mr. Punch, though, somehow. That's a kill on the Miller Mo. Was trying to go at it, but Roldini, great catch out on the Mr. Punch. Was going for more, but that greed so takes him down. Onigiri has been spotted out here. Now they know where he is. Going to get wall banged from the hall. He's trapped between the bar. DCH, he fights back. Retaliation here. Pincered, and a perfect shutdown from Knom and the rest of Obsession. To equalize the odds 3-3, but Knom's down, taken low in HP.
He's still got 1 Adrenal Surge left, and he might be able to use that in a couple of moments. Now ready for him, he might be able to give himself a bit of a boost now. Rotates back onto main stairs, jumps and vaults down to back to safety. And Jay Lucky already with control over Aviator. So they've got control over the southern side of the building. They need to push this and take more territory to come closer to what looks like a statuary plant. Angry.
Oh, delicate position he's in. So is his life, and his stature is down low HP as well. No way to get that back up. Not in this current state, not in this round. Obsession trying to gain control here at the top of Classical. They can make their way further on towards that statuary, as you did say. Lots of these defenders, they've all rotated back in the site, Elevate, so not wanting to spread themselves out. They know the time is on their side. All they have to do is lock things down. Astro here in the firm hands of Angry, supplying some pressure by opening that wall, Roldini, but he doesn't have any real intent of going in through there. Seems like he wants to come in through the showers, through the bathrooms, or maybe even Master. 25 seconds left, and that time is ticking against Obsession.
Explosive go off. ECH with the magnets. Has some control, takes one, doesn't get the second, but the diffuser is down by the window. Mark gets eliminated by Knom for a triple, and Jay Lucky cleans that one up, and Obsession take another round, along with a couple of smiles to go with it.
It's a great Princer there. Luckily, even though they lose the ace coming in through Master, we see that they're pushed from the landing at the very least. They come in through that statuary and trophy. They clean up house on either end, both rooms being quickly taken and seized. Traded out immediately by Jay Lucky on that sledge, and just great recovery really from Obsession here. They find as well, right, Onigiri and DCH lurking deep towards that study side early on, towards that southwestern side of the map here in the second floor, and that allowed them to have to just focus on the site at hand, clear out that roam early on. Yes, they lose 2 players, but they took down 2 as well, so all is given, much more taken.
Obsession are looking a little bit more organized than when we last saw them. What did you say? They're a little bit more coordinated. They have these pushes, these pinces, and they even have an understanding on how they need to apply pressure on different sides of the map. We saw them do a very aggressive push through A and G, and then at the same time, simultaneously, they had presence outside Bicycle, and they had presence on the window of Astro. There's this complete territorial presence coming from this team that we don't normally see, and it's very refreshing.
To have that widespread presence really does give a veteran team like Elevate a lot more to think about, a lot more to worry about. You talked about that Astro presence right now. We saw that for a quick moment there, but Knom quickly rescinds control of that, though, realizing they still want to continue their push from the southwest side. Instead, clear out the entirety of the top floor, starting from that study side, moving up towards the landing. From then on, they don't have to worry about any of their flanks. They don't have much flank watch in terms of a Claymore or anything like that, so the position here being held by Mr. Punch could come in deadly later on. No Nomad, no Gridlock, no Claymores. They're going to have to be diligent with their flank drone watching.
DCH in a pretty strong position with, so far, a pretty good track record of success. Mr. Punch at the bottom of red stairs, waiting for anyone to just rotate through as Obsession take their time to gather a little bit more information, as they diligently should. Good to see that they can pace themselves, but I like to see the Lion coming in with the EMPs. Honestly, secondary EMP gadgets have made a world of difference to the meta structure in Rainbow Six, and honestly, it's very refreshing to see, isn't it?
Oh, great catch there by DCH. Dishes out some damage to Miller Moa as well, but the Nitro connects on the Silence, and Knom follows suit. They're all crumbling now, being taken down one by one, falling apart to pieces. Elevate here, shutting down the early push from Obsession. 3 players down already on the ground as they tried to take that push here from the Classical and from the landing side. Now they can't even get themselves within the side because they're far outnumbered, far outgunned. The double for Angry. He is furious after those opening rounds. It's looking like Elevate should almost assuredly tie up the game here, Lan.
You know what? I think we're not taking into consideration that Onigiri is providing a lot of information with the Pulse. The EE1D might be able to buy Roldini a little bit of time, but considering the position, stuff like this does not fly. Onigiri picks up a flawless round for Elevate as they look to regain control over Villa in a very confident manner. What is that? Oh my gosh.
Cheeky. There's no way you counter that, right? Pre-fired the Pulse.
Any rank game, you see it in any rank game and you're calling sus. You're like, nah, I don't believe it. Check this guy's computer. But no, sorry, he's playing Pulse.
He was a Pulse. That gives him the benefit of the doubt. The Thorn by Onigiri being flirted on here. You'd actually commit to that, and I think this could be, I'm not saying it is, but could be a very beneficial pick for them, considering how Obsession have been really good in securing themselves deep into the site when they can, but either, it's really stark contrast with Obsession, right, isn't it? Either they get really deep into the site or they don't even get within it at all. That's stark contrast we've been seeing with their rounds, and that Thorn could be a problem. Could be a bit of a safety check, a net, if anything, if you will, for Elevate here later on.
10 seconds left before
Going back to the site here, it's a bit of a 50-50 chance that Obsession take this one away, isn't it? They had such a good first round, and Elevate didn't really expect it. But now as we see these rounds progress, Elevate are coming in a little bit more prepared, reassured, and their predictions are looking a bit stronger, or at least a little bit more confident in knowing how Obsession are going to play. But round and round again, we now see again Obsession bringing in multi-level presence over entries like this. And it's not just over by the windows. Oh my gosh, Mark skims right past a couple of bullets.
Yeah, barely. Coin flip here or there. Could have taken him down, but, well, you have to note that Obsession, they've gotten 2 rounds on the attack, and it really isn't out of the question to get 2 rounds on the attack here, end the half 2-4, and still win and close it out in the second half when you're on the favored defender side. This is one of those maps that do scream a bit more defender-sided over the rest, so is something that at least Obsession have got going for them.
Oh!
But Mark, he gets one down.
Hey.
Silence quick on the trade, at least not to let that be checked. The Memorial perfectly.
Nice trade coming from both sides there.
Attackers have located a
And
bomb.
playing up high. The statuary dodges. A little bit of explosive gunplay coming in. Does look like it's a little bit of a stalemate right now. 1 minute 30. There's a lot of time left available. They don't have to do too much right now. And honestly, they've got so many opportunities to make something work. Onigiri doesn't have any Razor Bloom on him. Might have some moments. But as some of these drones get taken down from little footing and opened up by the bar, you see DZH try to take very aggressive and very forward positions in order to make this defense work for him. Maybe even from secondary rooms through line of sight made through prep.
Well, primed and ready to go for this 90 control. Finally sees here they got one on the windows, which exactly what they need. Silence really struggling to make themselves get within that sight. This being tricked, that's a big pick being found here. Those mute jammers being an absolute problem, and Onigiri completely just shuts down Silence in his attempt to destroy that. Mr. Punch finds a follow-up, and this is all just really being disastrous for Obsession.
Taking it for granted, unfortunately, doesn't get it droned out, doesn't get secondary information. But Roldini finds a nice clean headshot. DZH to trade back onto Jay. Lucky, 2 headshots so far, but that leaves Roldini all alone. And the Hard Breacher doesn't have many left. He doesn't have any left, in fact. He has 1 Claymore and no lives or no health. Roldini taken out there on that last few moments. Unclassifiable, unfortunately. Just starting to lose a bit of attraction, but so far it's back and forth as we expect. Elevate having a couple of good rounds does not mean Obsession are completely out of this.
Yeah, and as I said, you know, 2 rounds ending the half 2-4 when you start on the attacking side really isn't a big problem at all. It's very common to come back from 2-4, go into that second half, as I said, and at this point, any rounds that Obsession could get, if they get this 3-3, that's a bonus. It's really all it really is. They aren't supposed to be too hungry for anything much more. If you look at Villa, you know, last season, the only map that was more defender-sided in the summer split here of the Operation League SEA was Oregon, 86%, 53% rather. Actually, no, let me scratch that. The only map that was more defender-sided was Skyscraper, 63% in Villa. That's a 60% win rate for defenders. So it is by far, statistically, one of the most defender-sided maps, almost neck and neck with Border. And that really goes to show that pressure more on Elevate to win this round. It's a lot more important for Elevate to win this round than it is for Obsession, if anything.
Yeah, I remember going over these stats with you along with Infian, and some of these numbers really blow my mind. I cannot believe that, in fact, sometimes having a lower outcome on that first rotation over onto defense actually has a higher percentage chance of you winning the entire match. So, in saying that, don't forget, Obsession have the opportunity now to actually take this map away from Elevate and secure their first victory over the Giants themselves.
It's a big, I guess, historical thing for them, but yeah, obviously, it comes down to the present. Can't wager in the past to try and deal with what's at hand, and that's what Obsession here have been trying to do. This season, though, this autumn split, it's been a bit more equalized in terms of the win percentages on this map, but we'll talk about the numbers later. The only number these teams have to be worried about right now is the time taking. Obsession, especially, really where they haven't really had a problem in terms of time, yes, but Elevate has been using that to perfection, knowing how much to delay. And Mr. Punch, he wins these fights, and that is just way too problematic for the side here of OBS. They have to start winning. They have to start taking him down, but they simply can't. They peek him 1 by 1, and he just takes him down 1 by 1 as well.
Oh my gosh, Mr. Punch getting absolutely obliterated there. A couple of trades back and forth. Again, Roldini all alone, the only one left standing. Might be able to catch 1 or 2 members by surprise here, but He has one drone. He's got to make this one work. He's got to find a little bit more information, find the remaining team members left. But I mean, you can hear in the background, Angry, just unloading clip after clip. They know where he is. Couple of line of sight, couple of rooms away. Angry finds that kill onto him from Trophy, and it's a very convincing round for Elevate to get again.
Held down to spray.
Yeah, all stone cold.
They know the job's not done. They know they got a lot to do more still. And at this point, another Tuesday for them. Although it's a Sunday. Yes, you get the meaning. 4-2.
Yeah.
Elevate come on over to the second half, and I still think Obsession have a good chance of turning this around. Even though my predictions, yes, I'm sticking with it. Elevate should be able to win this map. Obsession, they can give us a few more here and make this close. Hell, even bring us into the final of regulation. So I wouldn't be surprised if that happens. The Hibana seemingly going to be picked out here by Elevate. They're coming out with the Jackal too. Not wanting to have to waste time, just clearing out a lot of the roam game that Obsession likes to apply.
Well, this being our first sight, we do see, of course, in this little replay that in quick succession, Obsession, yeah, a little bit of tongue twister, got eliminated altogether. And I can easily attribute that to the fact that they weren't really, you know, spread out, or they weren't really covering ground. There has been a lack of droning in a lot of sense, and there are a lot of opportunities where we've just seen members from Obsession just kind of just run right in. They had drones left available, they had utility left available. Not thinking of placing any of it down is a big loss, or, you know, opportunities just given up. So hopefully they start amending that on this defense. No Mozzie to drone for them, of course, but
they don't spot the drone.
Yeah,
they have.
I mean, they've got an E1D on Elevate.
Yeah, DCH. He's on that blitz as well. They know he's inside that library, and he might just get red if he's not careful. So, Obsession, they have to keep on the move here, on the prowl. Mr. Punch, as you said, trying to sniff him out as well, find out exactly where they could be hunkered down. Hit the brakes a bit. Really rush on in, trying to be diligent about this. So, still, Roldini finds that great pick. So
that's a good one.
Even though they knew where he was in general, he still comes out of it on top and finds Mr. Punch, who was the man addressed to taking him down.
Yeah, absolutely. Seeing that now, a very aggressive push, and you know, in suit, a blitz coming out from the attackers here. Now that they're seeing some of these, oh my gosh, this trade, unfavorable. Little Mo escapes with his life. Not able, and he just goes for a double peek. Why would you turn away? You know they're there. Why would you turn away from that? The audacity and confidence in this man definitely did not pay off. Silence out of Toxic Babes. Rodini out of life, leaving Canom all alone along with the Smoke. 2 members against 4. Elevate have the blitz and the advantage as they start through and starting to take more territory on the second floor.
Oh no, he's trapped between a rock and a hard place. DCH, they shut him down. Don't even have to flash anybody. Just the mere presence of this shield creating noise and being a big nuisance is a problem. But yeah, it seemed like Miller Mo thought he had forced the attacker there, right? One of the players from at least Elevate out of position. I think it was Angry on that Yana as well, or it could have been the Nomad and DCH, but they thought they forced him out of position, and with that, I guess he assumed he could have had timing to take down the player within that study, but then he goes down himself. It's not worth it to take those risks when you have the man advantage. 5v4, no real reason to try and, you know, go for a risky play when you have that player count in your side, and they pay a hefty price for it. So Elevate, they take a great round there.
Yeah, it's starting to look very much like what we would have predicted. 5-2 for Elevate over on Villa here in our first half on day 6 of the Autumn Split in Operation League 2022. And they're only 2 rounds away from win. Considering that they are on attack, it's technically not favorable for them to be here. It's looking like it doesn't really matter, and Obsession just aren't together anymore. They had a good start last round though, didn't they, Black and Blue? They got that opening kill onto the Lion.
Yeah, that pick, it's like the starts here are really good. They intro really well, but just can't close things out. And sometimes, a lot of times, it's more important how you close those rounds out over how you start. Obsession, they've been letting these opportunities slip away from them. Look at how much value Mark's just found with that mere single shot drone, taking down so much utility here on the defensive side of Obsession. And Mr. Punch, I think he has a hunch of some of the roam game coming out here from Elevate, rather from Obsession.
Pretty much. Got this rotation here, and Mr. Punch waiting in the China room for anyone rotating. No footprints seen or sniffed just yet. Still has 3 scans available. And saying that all of Elevate have a lot of utility available. 2 minutes left. They have all these opportunities. 1 breaching charge getting used, and Onigiri still waiting for an opportunity to really enter the building at all.
Well, doesn't seem to be a problem in the previous rounds, but I think they're taking their diligent time, making sure they don't go, too far out of hand, don't overextend, and don't start counting the bills before it's really set in place. So, Obsession, they did kind of have a bit more presence here towards that trophy side, towards the entire master side, but they've rescinded that. Pull back. Not much being fought over. A minute left on the clock. They realize, hey, it's about time for us to pull back, hunker things down on the site. But when we've seen Obsession do that, Elevate, they've been really good at making sure that those limited spaces within the site are even more so punished. So I'm curious to see how this last final minute will go for Obsession, because they haven't really been successful in waiting these rounds out, but they bled out enough time that this could be a different round and a different result.
Yeah, only 48 seconds left on that clock, and it's sticking. A lot of the utility has been used on Elevate, but none of the footprints. They have not found any opportunity to track down defending members, and Silence now has opportunity to use those Toxic Babes to buy more time. 30 seconds left on the clock with 2 Toxic Babes is a lot considering. And Angry gets eliminated on his push. The DMR on that defense is too strong, and Kanamte is able to hold down Classic Codes for just a little bit longer. Miller takes a lot of damage as well as he teaks again, but this time picks up the kill. Canam goes down in return this time around, but Elevate not only lose out on time, they are losing members. Only 2 standing left on the clock with 5 seconds left. Obsession clean it up.
And that's a problem you face. And that's what it seemed to already shape up to be in that round for Elevate. They took too much time to even get themselves within the map, as you said. Too much time trying to clear out the rest of, the map, and Obsession, they punished them for that. That's a risky run, right? When you go for those late round pushes, 20 seconds left on the clock, 30 even at most, you just simply don't have the same amount of time, an ample amount of period that you can be diligent enough and clear things out properly. You're gonna have to take risks in your peaks. You're gonna have to play at a higher pace than you normally would be comfortable playing, and that just leaves a lot more room for error and a lot more room for Obsession to punish you. And Elevate, they get stuck doing that regard, they get taken down for it and punished heftily. So great round here from Obsession. They were able to as well evade a lot of the early contact that Elevate might have wanted. So they reap what they sow, and definitely pay the price for it.
The Jackal really didn't bring any utility or any use to that team at all. Like, he had 3 scans available and he didn't use a single one. We mainly saw the Jackal actually perched outside the building for most of the time, not actually trying to track down any defenders that might have been roaming. He could have been hot droned in to find some footprints, and then it could have snowballed an effect where they just started, fleshing the defending members out one by one. But in fact, we didn't see that at all. We actually saw a lot of the defending members sitting toasty, and if anything, only exposing themselves when taking risks to peek and try to pick off Elevate. As we saw, Miller Mo actually peek a lot of angles over through games and right on into Aviator right on in through Study. And it worked out to their advantage most of the time. We now see Elevate droning for themselves and making their moves in, taking a little bit of these, taking a little bit of utility out of the equation. But will Rodini and the rest of the team on Obsession fall prey to that?
My goodness.
Wow.
Seems like the Predator here is on the prowl, though. As Angry, he takes down Miller Mo early on. And you've seen Miller Mo be a big problem in those late round situations. So this is a really good thing for Elevate right now to take him down, especially. Lots of damage already done here towards Rodini. Tried to trick it, but the last still hole has been made. Only one stuck. And Elevate, they find another pick. It's Silence who goes down this time. So a lot of the big guns you've been taking down on Obsession side. That's another one here by Onigiri, and a second follow-up, the double for him already. And this round, it's looking disastrous for Obsessions, all on a J Lucky. An ace clutch is what he's going to have to pull off to be able to win this round. He finds one on the Angry, but the spot has been given away. And DCH, he saves the day here and secures match point for Elevate.
Almost over. Elevate are about to take this one away. Round 10 now, and Obsession's hot streak in the beginning has gone ice cold.
2 rounds in the defense, rather in the attacking side for Obsession. A single one gained during the defense, and this side of theirs looking even more, problematic than their attack was. Their attack seemed even better, to be frank, than it was a while ago. But now they pull out the Pulse, which is one of the few rounds that, one of the few things I think that could help Obsession quite a bit. They've been really good in having, rather playing off of information if they can gain it actively. But then again, we see it in a lot of their rounds. They don't actively gain that information, so they're waiting for an opportunity to strike. At this time, at the very least, with them having a Pulse, they can now choose and really decide when to strike instead of waiting for those opportunities instead and create them for themselves.
10 seconds left before insertion.
You're running out of opportunities. Despite
attackers are heading out to defuse
Mute's
the bomb.
indirect buffs and increased relevance in the progressing meta, we aren't seeing too much of that being utilized. I mean, he's a jack of all trades, information denial operator. He denies drones, he denies utility, but we rarely see the latter actually getting maximized for defenders. Like, I feel like they might as well have swapped to a different operator to bring in a bit more aggressive playstyles that just really worked for them to begin with, because now they're just swapping to more well-rounded operators that slow down the attackers, that deny the attackers information or utility. What we are seeing is that you're also losing a lot of firepower, and you're losing a lot of these gunfights.
Now they have the Pulse, so that's going to give them a different edge at the very least. And we were talking about a while ago. Oh, okay. CH still somehow finds Silence. They don't have much information gathering. Maybe a Mozzie could have done something different. But DCH is looking to maybe take down another. Knom. Actually, no, it's Miller Mo who goes down this time. So they lose that mute again early on. Both Silence and Miller Mo were the first two to go down a while ago, and Knom's following suit. Coming out from the Astro, and he's seeing stars. Taken down. Elevate, looking to close out the map right here, right now. J Lucky able to find a double kill with the pistol. Switches out to a secondary. He still brings Obsession a chance to come back into the round. Oh, that's huge.
He flipped this one on its head. Oh my gosh, J Lucky, another triple kill from the dot of a head. Right on to Mr. Punch over on the other side of the building. Leaving Angry all alone with the Yana. Has a Gemini hologram projector. Gonna rotate around, take a very aggressive angle, but no, he doesn't realize that he's being surrounded. He kicks the one. He might pick up the second, and no! Attackers win! Elevate! Have the sub come in and clean up, earning his keep and winning the match here on Villa.
A team kill.
7-3.
That was a team kill, by the way, by Rodini on J Lucky. He took down his Jaeger by accident on that pre-fire, on the swing, but there certainly would have been a case for Angry to win that fight out anyways. He was right on the mark. But just so unfortunate there in how it turns on out. The clutch magic made possible by Angry himself, the latest addition to this Elevate squad.
That was such a close one. Yeah, sure. You know, the Jaeger was very injured. He wasn't exactly in a great position, but that's when you know you have a very, you've got a very veteran team, a very experienced team that you know when you're coordinating your pushes and your peaks, because both of them going at the same time, it just means that they're anxious, they're not communicating, and they're not making it the calm decisions on when to push and when to play it, because they were defense after all. You know, they don't have to push onto the new guy Angry with the Yana. But unfortunately, it is the way it is, and we can see from the results, Villa didn't start the way we thought it would, but it definitely ended the way we expected it to be.
Well, they tried to double swing him, but they weren't in the position to be able to do that because they would line up if that was the case, right? It's not like they had a one hard left, one hard right type of crossfire. They're both merely on the same axis, and as soon as you see, you know, Angry come out of that threshold, come out of that door, it's just easy pickings for him. They line on up, and unfortunately, it's the way things go, the nature of the beast. In this case, so Elevate, they seem to have looked as sharp as we expect them to be, at least in the latter half of that match. Early rounds, yes, Obsession catching them off guard, but then Elevate able to adjust, really regain themselves, regain control of the scenario, of the situation, and secure that map that we expect. So generally what we expect from a team here like Elevate to be able to do.
Yeah, but don't forget, you have your opportunities to win your share of 600 R6 credits and an Operation League Southeast Asia pin. And you guys have seen us use it before. These pins are amazing. They are made of such good quality. Don't miss your chance. Hashtag call your shots in the chat. And don't forget, there are multiple streams. There is a Taiwan stream and a Thai stream as well. So check those out. Make sure you are telling your friends about it. Use the hashtag, and we will see you. We will see the winners getting picked in the chat as well.
Yeah, and I can tell you guys personally, those pins, they look pretty swag. We got ours from last summer, I believe. Have you received yours, Lan? I think you have. I think we all have. And they look pretty nice. So make sure you guys join the giveaway. Place the hashtag call your shots, and you may be just as lucky to win as well, and really brag to your friends about the pin. But also the 600 R6 credits that you guys can use to buy whatever you want within the game. So, obviously within reason. For the meantime, though, that's our opening match of the day. We still got 3 more to be played on now. After this, we're coming into Gaming Gladiators versus Astrape. Another series that I think across the board we all agreed on who we predict to win. But will that be the case?
Yeah, well, I already know. I know. Gaming Gladiators are gonna be taking this one away. But we'll talk about their history after a short break. Don't go anywhere. We have Gaming Gladiators versus Astrape soon. Don't touch that dial. We'll be right back.
Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Please don't let me in.
Yeah. Go and play that. Take you down, I'ma say that. Mine need me a couple dollars. Telling you now this payback. So I take that. Ask them now what say that. I've been going to the top and I got what they not, so I know that they hate that. But I'm on now. All these lanes gonna zone out. And all these lanes gonna tell you what I did, and they twist and they bust till I fall out. But I know that. So I keep what I'm doing cause I own that. And I stay in the lab and I kill everything, but I don't ever move. I'm a Kodak. So I'm gone. Finally back in my home. I'm working like so much, they swear I had me a clone. Can't answer my phone now, just leave it there, that tone. Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now.
my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Please don't let me in. Please don't let me into my zone. I just need some time of my own. All these people trying to get a conversation. You can conversate to that tone. My God up on that throne, yeah. So I'm never alone, yeah. All these people trying to box me in. I'm Mayweather, it's on, yeah. Now they ask where I'm at. Making hits that lambe. I'm MJ, I'm 2-3, man. I just need some time back. I'm zoned in like defense. My life gone, no recess, but I live my best.
The faint buzz is a warning. It may be the last thing you hear. But I'm the last thing you'll see. Was hit hard. He'll live. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over.
Where you go? Where you go?
Withdraw your men.
Say again, Grim.
I'm going in. My turn.
What's going on?
What the? Impossible.
Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. The data key on your jugular.
You were saying?
What was on that server?
QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why?
starting to lose face. Keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't hold back, and having regrets, hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
Welcome back. We are back here on broadcast after a short break from a very turbulent match. Black and Blue.
I guess.
I mean, I've had some time to simmer. You've had some time to simmer. I just can't take in how rocky that game was. I mean, like, sure, that last half was like, Elevate all the way through. But at the same time, Obsession having this strong start, like, did Elevate just need some time to warm up, or were Obsession really onto something there?
I mean, it did seem a bit shaky right from Elevate, so I think Turbulent is just quite appropriate for the opening start of it, but they seem to have found their pace, were in cruise control for the last half of that game, and just were able to close things out properly. So yeah, maybe a bit of a cold start, but warming up just in the nick of time at the very least was right about proper, at least for them not to have too much problems in getting that match settled. But we know how that match went 7-3 in the favor of Elevate, and we're looking for, or predicting, at no offense, possibly potentially the same kind of result here for this next upcoming match, because we got Gaming Gladiators versus Strape, and these two teams could not be the starkest of contrasts, the furthest away from each other in terms of their performance last summer, with Gaming Gladiators right at the top and the Strape not able to even take a single map in that case. And it's going to be a rough time for a Strape here, but we want to be proven wrong once more.
Yeah, the Gaming Gladiators have had a pretty interesting season as well. But in saying that, the Strape have never had a good season. They are struggling. We do see, of course, some of them have new photos. That's always good. Nice. But at the same time, I mean, it's always good to stay fresh, right, guys? But I am just very curious to see what they have up their sleeves this time around. Shiny is pretty interesting for a player. He has made a pretty decent impression so far. Pleased to see his performance come through, but unsure of whether he's going to be making, or if he has been making a very positive and strong, influential change with the roster, their playstyle.
Well, hopefully, him being a breath of fresh air could really change things up for this roster, because they've always been a team that has been just there, right? They're always able to qualify into the top 8s of whatever it is, but then that's where they just simply falter. And I'm hoping for a Strape that, many teams, they start out that way. They start out with, maybe not as great results, but then slowly over time build upon it. And we've seen teams like Gaming Gladiators, before they were named the Gladiators, kind of have that similar route where they were, getting into the top 4s, top 5s, but never could close out the tournament. And then now they are pretty much neck and neck for one of the best teams, right, in APAC South, at least here in the Operation League. And the same could be said for a Strape in the future. But we look at the Gaming Gladiators, need no introduction once more, but we're going to give it to him. Tolji, Super Zaddy, Ape, Joe, and Rix. These guys have really taken everybody by storm in the past half of a year. Last summer, when they really took almost every single team down, right? Finishing right at the top. We're going for Oregon to start off this match. It's only a best of 1, but Oregon seems to be where we're going to be playing that.
It's one of the more balanced maps as well. So if anything, I believe this was a Strape choice, and this is the best choice a Strape could make. Sure, Gaming Gladiators generally do quite well on this map, and it's one of their better maps as well. But at the same time, statistically proven, it is one of the best maps a Strape can actually pull a victory from. So this time around, I mean, we've seen a Strape really have a bad season, but this time around so far, they've also had decent maps where they actually pull in quite a few rounds for themselves. Not even just as we saw in Obsessions, in fashion of what Obsession pulled off just before on Villa. But in fact, consistently through the map, they would, they would find picks, rounds here and there. So it's not as if they're just so one-dimensional. But it is Gaming Gladiators they are going up against, and despite them having a pretty decent performance and track record across a lot of other qualifying tournaments, GG are just very confident, very strong.
Yeah, we've seen the Gladiators play Oregon twice now this autumn split. Once against Elevate, where they were taken down 3-7, and then the other versus let me just get my thoughts in here. Champion, yeah, the Champion 7-5. So scraped out at the very final round of regulation. Not the best results so far from Gaming Gladiators, but they had a lot better of a time on this map last season during the summer split. Blitz and Thatcher, curiously enough, taken out here by either side.
Yeah, so despite the EMPs being brought into the game as a secondary gadget, Thatcher is an operator that just has so much presence and still so much relevance just because his EMPs just do it better. Blitz being banned is very interesting. I'm not sure why they would, but I suppose they just don't want to have to deal with an Estrape that just think, you know what, we'll just send it down and run it down real aggressive. Maybe Gaming Gladiators won't expect it. Just removing that off the board keeps that opportunity as far away as possible.
I mean, we see the Thatcher played out a lot when it is left open here in Oregon, especially that blue bunker completely dismantled by a single one of those EMPs, right? So they can have similar effects if they bring a bunch of operators with that secondary EMP gadget. That could be important. Looking at, though, the defensive side here, composition-wise, Tolji is taking on that Ela. Curious enough, could be very effective actually in the map here like Oregon, especially if he's going with the shotgun. No, he sticks with the Scorpion, so seems like he has something up his sleeve here. Those Grismots can be a real big nuisance. Luckily, Phenomenal's on that Zophie, so he's going to have a bit more of a natural resistance to it, but not counting they're going to bank on that much. They still have a lot to do to take this down. That Twitch could be their saving grace to remove these Grismots before they become effective.
Yeah, absolutely. So, an interesting play here between the sisters, but it does look like Bolivian bringing that Zofia is more along the lines of what he usually plays. His role for that roster generally revolves around terrain destruction or construction. So, nice to see him still sticking to that role. He has had some good moments. We really have to keep an eye out for, I believe, Phenomenal and Big G, as those are my favorite players on that roster. Shiny has had a decent run so far. He's got a balanced KD, negative but balanced. I'm just not sure exactly what he brings to the table, and I'm a little skeptical. Super Zaddy, however, has been very impressive.
Super Zaddy.
Zaddy.
Rename himself to Super Daddy after this. He's able to really show up. He's on that Jaeger, but that is Shiny to be exact. He's taking early damage here, trying to walk his way into the garage. Golgi already getting some value out of this Ela. Even if he goes down, those Grismots are going to be a big problem upstairs. He's wasting so much time, and Zaddy's keeping him in check and giving him the support he needs.
I'm never gonna get tired of that.
What?
Zaddy.
Yeah.
Anyway, they're getting to work on the attic here. Phenomenal might be able to bring in a little bit more presence. They do need this control over Big Tower and the western side of the northern side of the building, sorry. Shiny gets taken down finally after copping a lot of damage and surviving for as long as he has so far. Relocating some of the Grismots might make it a little bit easier for Tolji to survive here and maybe hold his position for a little bit longer. Does notice one of them goes off, pushes it incrementally and slowly, but has been missing them so far. Unfortunately, despite having that advantage, does not push it in time, loses out that trade, and leaves both rosters only on 3.
He gets caught walking there. Keith shuts down Zaddy as well. And now they're getting smoked. Simply enough. A strafe. 3v2 as of the moment. Joe still has his nitro. He has to win this fight out on the bridge, and that he does. Takes down Phenomenal. Great pick he finds, but he's taken down to really low HP. Exothermic should be enough to open up this wall here in the games. Pig and Keith, they've got a big task to do, especially with Gaming Gladiators. They're pretty low, though, in HP. And Rix, he's going to be able to escape, but to what avail? Joe, huge pick he finds here in the Pig. It leaves Keith all alone, but this is still winnable for him. He gets caught out in the open, though, not expecting Rix to be having an angle all the way from deep down within the site, and they somehow still take that first round.
Seem to be a little unaware of the opening on the left-hand side of Bunks, and unfortunately does pay the price for that. Feel like they need to just be doing a little bit more droning. There's a lot to be done, and they are not checking off their itinerary list because they're kind of walking in, they're pushing very aggressively, taking a lot of damage very early, as we saw Shiny actually cop in the first few moments of the round. But now that we're going downstairs, the basement is going to get even harder. Yes, they will have the entire basement to themselves on that defense. And yes, a Strafe pretty much have the rest of the entire map available to them. But it is very tight in order to get inside. And it's very... the corners are sharp. There's not a lot of vertical play here, considering it's mostly concrete. I feel like they really do need to actually grab a couple of opening picks and secure an entry over from construction. If they can do that and couple a nice push from Big Tower, as we usually do see, perhaps we might see a Strafe actually make something really work. But they can't just leave it one-dimensional like that. That is the trapping that basement enables. It makes you think that you can only push from one angle, but the fact is you need an entire map's presence to make this push work.
Yeah, those hatches are absolutely important when it comes to taking the basement for sure. You can see them realizing that they picked the Hibana, knowing it is coming down here. Bit of a smile by Tolji, having a bit of fun, of course. He sounds like, hey, clean this up. Small hurdle we're gonna have to deal with, and we don't want to. You're clearing it out diligently, top to down. But whenever you do this on the attacking side, you have to be wary of your time being bled out and how much time you waste actually clearing this out properly. Is what real control of the top floor do you need when taking that basement, aside from making sure no one's going to come down from up top? That's the only real problem you're going to have to deal with. In Ape, I think he's found himself a pretty good spot, but he's giving himself away now, shooting that drone on out. Could win this fight. Ooh. But Shiny, he gets caught out in the open too. Drops with his mere pistol, and Ape wins that fight with the advantage.
He leaves with 60% health, manages to go out. C4 doesn't connect to anything, but does open a line of sight, maybe for a later push or a later rotation. But it does look like he will be hanging around by the barbed wire by the back stairs.
Bomb has been located.
He's trying to make it go within the hole, but at least he still gets some value out of his roam here, Ape. Freezer has been droned on out. Bolivian, the Strafe, they know it's clear, at least to walk into Freezer, but that sight line is going to be a big problem from the Laundry.
Yeah, that's like Bolivian might be able to get at least into the Freezer. I don't know how long that's going to last. 1 minute left in the clock. The Strafe still have the majority of their team available for this. Ape doesn't really need a lot of health, to be honest. But maybe this line of sight might make it work for them. Pushing this one over here, they do notice that without cover, they do lose those Kairos. And that now becomes very hard. Big G needs to find another opening. He only has 2 X Kairos left. Where did the rest of them go?
They had to use 4 for the hatch, maybe an 8 for the other hatch as well.
Oh my gosh.
But still,
how?
The flash is keeping him in check. And it doesn't really do much at this point. Tolji's blind, yes, but this round is done, Lan. 1v5, he drops down to maybe get a second. Knifed in the face! He gets shivved. Prison rules here.
It was more than the knife.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh.
3-speed buff. 2 rounds now for Gaming Glad to start off the map.
Oh my gosh, that's going in my notes. Tolji landing the knife like that, using Ape as a distraction. Should not have made that one work, but somehow, you know what?
Some way.
Happen. Yeah, 2 rounds going to Gaming Gladiators so far. As Strape are struggling. Misusing utility is a massive thing. Now, I want to make a note here. We've spoken many times about how silencers are so much more prevalent in the meta. But we haven't spoken about how they're being used so far. If you notice that the Maverick actually had a silencer, I think that is a great pick. Not only is the Blowtorch relatively silent, it does make noise, but it's relatively silent. Now he can completely play stealth and actually use that silenced M4 to his advantage.
Yeah.
We don't see the silencer used so much on the defense recently because they're expecting to actually be droned out, and silence in that sense doesn't matter because they expect the attackers to know exactly where they are. They expect the attackers to have a general understanding of where they're peeking from, because the meta structure of the map is relatively rigid, right? Despite the play around it being quite fluid. So we're now seeing defenders kind of just going loud and attackers trying to pull in these silenced weapons whenever they can, so that defenders have to keep guessing on how they're going to play this. And so now the meta has actually shifted more towards the attackers having an advantage, despite God is Shiny literally dying on the operator that I said had a really big advantage.
Yeah, he gets lots of value out of having that suppressor, as he talked about. But on this round, not at the very least, he's taken down early. Ape continuing
Not
on
like
this
this
fight.
Ape.
Gives away a free trade here. They have the 4v5, didn't need to go for a big risk, but still, do go for it, and they're punished heftily, paying the ultimate price. Gaming Gladiators down to the 4v4. Zaddy quite low as well in HP. Rix, he has a big job here to do, because as long as that Azami is still generating more Kima barriers, that's going to be big value in the late round as well.
Man, so Monty actually coming into the play here and actually using, you know, with the changes on his, oh my gosh, sorry, phenomenal. Somehow surviving through that one, and you know, playing it well with the Kiba barrier. Yeah, I can't see anything either. All I know is that Strape are falling one by one. Rick somehow survives the little encounter using Kiba barriers to their fullest extent. But Joe leaving sight now with the shotgun, trying to play aggressively and trying to take this one. He doesn't really have any semblance of self-preservation, as he just wants to fight, get the round over with. Keith has to play this as best as he can, playing around the Kiba barriers now. He's surrounded on all sides, finds one down. Frag, that's a bit excessive. Oh my gosh, what?
What?
Triple kill
What?
for Keith.
He probably just wanted to secure it. He's afraid that if he actually shot at the Mozzie, he'd have been traded out immediately, but I mean, they already knew where he was at that point, right? White stairs, just see what they could get right on after. He maybe had more bullets in the mag of his AXR, ARX, and things could have gone differently there. But it doesn't. 3-0. Gaming Gladiators being quite pesky on their defense line. Really just approaching a Strape from many different angles, giving them many different looks and aspects to worry about. And Strape, similarly, they're just not able to cope with how much Gaming Gladiators are really shaking up the pace round after round.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. There is very stark difference in performance here, and it's not just utility that, as I mentioned, that a Strape is missing out on. Gaming Gladiators aren't even taking this seriously. They're literally throwing themselves at a Strape, and a Strape are capitalizing and, you know, catching these free kills whenever they do. But the fact that Gaming Gladiators can do that in confidence with little to no care of the consequences, it speaks volumes. And we see that evidently when Rick took that duel as the Azami after, I believe, one of the attacking members just meleeed the Kiba barrier off the window, and that shouldn't have happened. It should have just stayed up, and you know, Rix didn't have to peek it at all, but he did because he doesn't care.
Just doesn't care. Nothing worries this man. Nurse of steel, ice cold veins, but sometimes you have to be a bit more, I guess, sensitive to these topics, to these problems, and look for more intricate ways of dealing with them. Gaming Gladiators, they've been doing things a bit more intricately than a Strape are used to. Rix wins out in that pick here from the armory.
Oh my god.
Traded out from Bolivian, doesn't let him find another one. A double goes for Bolivian's way. This is really good for the opening start here of a Strape. They drop that Maestro. The trade out comes in on Super Zaddy. But yeah, dropping that Maestro early on gives him so much more advantage. Phenomenal, great pick on the Ape. Smoke taken down. High picks, high impact frags being found here by a Strape, one after the other. And this game, the round is done as Pig finds a double to end this round. And a Strape just suddenly take this one away from Gaming Gladiators. They get around.
Yeah, they finally find some semblance of a victory. It's you know, it's good. It's actually pretty good. And they won most of it through gunfights. There wasn't too many utility-focused pushes or very strategic plays being used. Not to diminish their efforts, but that's what the Strape need to do. They need to just ape them.
Well,
I'm sorry, Ape, but they need to ape your whole team in order to make this one win, and that's a real compliment because they shouldn't have to at all, really.
Monkey business seems to be the preferred way of Mr. Lan here.
10 seconds to go.
Playing no games is Strape right now. As they finally get that round, realizing, hey, this speed, that's what benefits us. And you can see that part of the reason why the Gaming Gladiators banned that blitz is because they know that here from a team like a Strape. They like to have that aggression. So the Nook coming out here from Keith this time around. Doki as well to help him clear on out these pesky angles that the Gaming Gladiators love to hide in. Bolivian on that Flores make a bit of their job in clearing out utility a bit easier, because especially on the basement, we saw that be a big problem for the Gladiators, rather for a Strape a while ago, and trying to attack that basement. So they have some tools here that could rectify, really enable a lot of what they want to do. Hope for their sake it turns on out. Ape, here's the big tower being breached here by Bolivian. Got a big task to do. Shoots out that opening drone, falls back down to safety.
Yeah, for once, Ape doesn't just completely throw himself at the enemy. He's also playing Azami for the first time. That's something we don't usually see.
At least not from him. But
yeah, I mean, it's a very flexible operator. It's, you know, an operator we do usually see on as a soft or hard anchor. However, him playing it as a roamer actually, in my opinion, plays its fullest potential. Gets to be able to plug holes all around the map. Is able to play flexibly in various points of the map as well. Being aggressive like this does suit him. Look at that, a double kill for Ape. And he knew what he was doing. He didn't take a drop of damage. Not a single bullet.
They knew where he was too, because he got droned out. He shot the drone out before peeking from that stairs. Still won out the fight. Look at the big tower here being contested. Phenomenal, taking the brunt of that damage. He's up against Ape here, who finally is taken on down. They can hack these cams, yes, but what avail? 2v3 though. They still find another pick. Tolji goes down, so that's a thorn removed as well. Gaming Gladiators still have the man advantage, but this is still doable for a Strape, considering that they've found these two picks to try and recover from the early damage done by Ape already.
Getting a little bit of droning done. Still have so much to do. 24 seconds left in the clock, and they don't have many opportunities. They've only got Couple of seconds left, and they need to make this push. They're not going to be able to get this plant down. They need to make these kills happen.
10 seconds
Looks
left.
like they're going for a drop in the back through Meeting Hall. They drop down, and
Oh,
the
one-way.
Kiva barrier really stops them there. The Razor Bloom catches them a little bit, and Super Zaddy is there to clean that one up. Big G going down in the last few seconds as usual, and unfortunately the call came a little bit too late. Black and Blue, Strape are just throwing time away to the wind.
Azami on Ape, he got so much value from that land, right? He gets those 2 picks, and then you can see his Kima barriers coming absolutely influential in that final drop because of the one-way that he was able to set up with it earlier on in the round. So really utilizing all the strengths of her kit here, the Gaming Gladiators are. And that's what we expect from a team of their caliber, right? They've also gone to that Berlin Major, yes. Results maybe not as desired for them, but hey, it was their first time going to that stage, and they did amicably. They're continuing to try and build upon what they've learned from that experience into this entire Operation League. Now a Strape, they're the ones with the big task up at hand, the big problem. The Osa could be flexed into by Shiny here. Yana stuck onto probably by Keith. They need those replicators to gain that information that has been problematic, as well as the nades she brings. But Bolivian, I think, is a big pick here. They switch onto that line. They get the EMPs on the secondary, yes, and that E and that DC and the 81H, which really does help them flush out a lot of what Gaming Gladiators were able to do a while ago. So Ape back on that Azami. You saw him get great value, and now they finally bring out the mirror here. Final round of this opening half.
And it might be just about time to secure this win as well. Mira playing on a site like this is a little bit nostalgic. We haven't seen it for a while, but it does mean that they're going to bring in some pretty interesting control points here. And I want to see how they play this one out, to be honest. It can only be good. But with 2 minutes and 20 seconds left on that clock, the Strape are still very far off. Despite Shiny being right outside the window, he's got the opportunity here. Joe hears it. They know exactly what's going to happen. He finds one opening kill into Rix. He's going to be happy with that, with the PDW.
Taking out the smoke early, huge. Nitro doesn't connect. Pops out, though. This Goyo trap and allows him to keep those gas canisters fuming. Delays that push for a second. Removing the barrier with an impact there. Joe finds a big pick on the Shiny. Stops that Osa from being a continuous problem. Phenomenal. He's made his presence known. But Super Zaddy retreating to the basement allows him for a safe retreat here. Try and give him more room to breathe and more room to move. More space as well.
But Koji taking duels here with the Vector. Not willing to hold down those angles for too long. And he's right to be that cautious. Ape taking some of these angles as well. Not exactly favorable. Well, flashbacks go through with a minute left. Bolivian taken out for double kill going to Toji, and a nice vertical frag coming in from Keith. Eliminates Joe and levels that score line and that playing field just a little bit longer. They got 50 seconds. They have some time to drone, but they need to make this one quick. They can't waste too much time, and it looks like they're going for a rotation all the way through Shower Corridor. I don't know if they're going to be able to make this one work. Some of the defending members have rotated upstairs, Black and Blue, but they've only got 40 seconds left on the clock. And Phenomenal is not close to his team. He's got to coordinate something. He's got to make this one work.
Stun grenade, knock, knock.
Well, they've got some time to do exactly that here, Lan. 3v3 still, 30 seconds left on the clock, half a minute. The time is ticking. Pig can't push because of those flames. Phenomenal finds a big pick here in Ape. 3v2 in favor now of Astrape. Golgi has to win this fight out up close. The Vector absolutely shreds. Phenomenal goes down. Doesn't have a Nitro Cell to toss out anymore. Super Zaddy has to come and help, but he's taken out by Pig as well. He honks him. They know where he is. He's trapped here within the dorms, but on the corner, he has some space to move. They don't have the diffuser on them. They can't stick the plant. He takes his time and wins the round off of it. Gaming Gladiators and Tolji take the round 5-1 at the end of the half.
What happened there? Astrape had the man advantage. Toji whiffed 5 clips off that Vector. and both members, including the diffuser holder, decide to push him for the kill. Tell me you're an amateur without telling me you're an amateur.
Whoa.
The plant was free. The plant was free.
I don't know. I'm not entirely sure if he had the diffuser, because if he did, then obviously you would try and go for a plant, right? You have the alpha site, you can go for a plant, or hell, even go down the game, so it's safer. And make sure that there's no rotate. I guess they were afraid that knowing it was Toji last off alive, right? Being that Mira, he could have a nitro cell. They weren't sure if he still had it on him, and he could have denied the plant that way and secured the round. So they went for the kill, but you know, it's a very...
Look at the replay. They're both outside the site. They're outside the bedroom with 5 seconds left in the clock. They actually both push him.
Probably didn't think there was enough time. Just fall back and have a proper spot. But yeah, they definitely did have the diffuser on them. You can see it in their hands there. It was on Pig, on that Hibana. And they just drop it. Drop the ball. Could have planted maybe for big window since they were towards that bedroom side. Still, it doesn't come to pass. A strafe. Huge blunder here. It gives them extremely problematic situation now. 5-1 with match point at the cusp of the second half.
A very winnable situation, but moving on to round 7 now, we do see Super Zaddy wanting to lock in this win. They're bringing out the Jackal, they're bringing in the Lion, they even have the EMPs. They know exactly what they're doing here for this attacking push, and they want it done soon. Ape already getting to... Oh, wow. Oh, hey, a good call. They managed to take down the breach charge here. He might do it the second time around. The off shots go through the wall, but not on the side they thought it would be on. E1D gets popped. They're holding it still now, and the Banshee might just get triggered as they push through. Ape waiting for the right moment for a rotation to come through. Exothermic goes off the opposite side of the map. What is happening?
All right, okay, Gladiators are pushing on through. Bolivian with a great angle from down below within the meeting. They've equalized the odds. They don't reinforce that big tower, mind you. I'm curious to see where they place that. Pig finds another pick here. And suddenly, the Gaming Gladiators, they're gaining some good ground in good time, but they're the ones facing a rough opening start here as a strafe. They've turned the odds in their favor.
Somehow managing to pull in another man advantage. Big G with 2 Toxic Babes left. Super Zaddy getting aggressive with the Gone 6. Let's push through quite aggressively. Might just see a Pixel come through as he rotates out. One over in security. Doesn't see him around the corridor. Bolivian picks that one up, leaving Rix all alone. F2 is all he needs. Let's go speed up the kill. Big G not very healthy, but has 40 seconds and 1 Toxic Babe left on the clock. Couple shots with the SMG go out, and he's cornered. Rix has nowhere else to go. He can't rotate through. He's got to push through this corridor here.
Yeah, but Pig is low. Pig is very low. And knowing that F2 is in his hands, he can win this up, but Pig still takes a round. The Strafe, they hold on, not conceding match point just yet. That came down so close. At least they edged it out in the end, and big round here, won by Pig. He found, like, I think 2 picks at least in that round.
Yeah, he did pretty decent there. That was the right choice, and that's how they should be playing these defenses. The attack coming in from Gaming Gladiators.
He kind of makes up, I guess.
Yeah,
not really for the last round, but yeah.
Yeah, GG still have a massive advantage here, and they are still playing it very well. But man, it's not gonna last very long.
Well, hopefully that won't be entirely true for a Strafe. They need all the good fortune they can right now, and you know that fortune would typically favor the bold. In that case, they go for the Oryx here. We see it kind of have more prevalence in the map here, like Oregon, but they wanna be able to have, you know, that potential to dip in and out of the fight, hop onto a different floor entirely if they really can, if they have the opportunity to do so, but I don't think they're banking on that exactly. Gaming Gladiators composition-wise, Flores seem to be stuck on here. I think this could be actually a good pick, considering that these beat jammers and the amount of shields brought in. I mean, there's only one deployable shield, yes, but you know that could be a big problem, and it should be an ample piece of utility to deal with it.
Sorry, my mic was muted. I honestly, I was talking for a while, man. Damn. It happens to the best of us. Oh, almost catches Rix there. Does do a little bit of damage, but not a lot. Whoa. Hey, refrag so aggressively. That was like out of a horror movie, man. Whoa. Oh my gosh.
You see how hard he swung his mouse, his neck. He might have gotten whiplash from that. And Keith, okay, gets a double here somehow. Ape and Zaddy, both from that garage, they get taken down. Yes, Viney's death did not go in vain. Bolivian drops down from the hatch. Meeting controlled though, as Boiler here, the pillar already being held by Tolji. He's got nade prepped, but these laser gates gonna be absolutely problematic for him to try and address. He can burn one with his Gemini replicator. Now that allows him at least more avenues of passage. Can be burned here by Rix, but Rix, he was removed from the situation for a bit. Joe keeping things in check up top. 3v3 still though. About to get a ping, and they know where at least I think Phenomenal is.
Yes, finally a match where we see Jackal actually being used.
Scan something.
Being off use. Yep. Frag grenades getting prepped here. We have a little bit of information. Magnums do their job. And as round 8 progresses, they only have a minute left. Gaming Gladiators have a pretty strong foothold over here in Boiler, but they need to be able to push through a little bit more. They've got some pretty decent line of sight on that defense, but can they make it work so far? I mean, as the round progresses with the last 50 seconds left on the clock, Keith has done some pretty decent work so far with the EMR, but this encompassing push coming in from Gaming Gladiators seems like it might end up being a free push and rotation in on the site. Phenomenal has an answer to that, but he gets traded back. Joe picks up one, picks up two.
Great frags here being found by Joe. 1-2. Pig once more left in a dire situation. This one even more so than the last one. Oh, I almost thought he landed the head there on Rix, but no, Rix gets the better of him. Fakes the plant out, swings wide from the small room he expects it, and wins out the fight anyways, even without the help of his teammate. So, Gaming Gladiators, they take match point 6-2. They're on pace to end this right here, right now.
Yeah, they look at their faces. They're happy it's almost over. And it's not exactly an easy time for them right now. I mean, Estrape are not having a great time. They are struggling at this point, and I need them to
Attackers need to
keep it together. They start strong always, and you can see that, right? Black and Blue, you see that they have some good starts to the rounds. They have good rounds whenever they win,
for sure,
and they usually have the right idea moving on. But as they start improvising and start changing plans, their decision making on the fly is never good. So their prep and their preparations outside the match are tend to be strong, but when they enter the game and when they enter match, they just start crumbling, and it's not a good sight, unfortunately.
Yeah, it just becomes problem after problem. Things just really not working out in the end here for Strape. Started off good, but closing chapters, much like TV series, quite beloved, really matter how they end it. And Strape, they haven't been finding the proper way to right these wrongs. Gaming Gladiators looking pretty solid, as we expect in this matchup. Strape, you even get 2 rounds. Unfortunately, it's almost like an achievement for them, especially against a team like Gaming Gladiators. Shiny backs off, realizing he doesn't want to overstay his welcome. Told you, okay. Good damage being done here. Phenomenal finds a huge pick and almost found a second as well on Joe.
Nice couple of shots there from Phenomenal. Allows him to rotate back. Livian now trying to hold down quite a few angles with this position here. Not sure what the setup was upstairs, but Gates led him back through. Back into safety of the site downstairs in basement. Shiny rotating back as well. Want to make sure they stay alive for as long as possible. But of course, the defense here on basement only really needs to be downstairs. We rarely ever do see a defense span over so many floors. And, you know, Strape pulled that off and they called it at the right time. It's like, hey guys, we got to come home now. We got to go back to base. This is the most defendable spot. I'm not sure if closing up that line of sight to the stairs was the right choice, because that allows them to have boiler room all to themselves.
Yeah, it's very difficult to try and just simply hunker down in that corner here on a map like, especially on a site like basement, when there's 5 players still remaining, especially on the defensive side. So Gaming Gladiators, they might just trap them and seal them within their own coffins. They're gonna have to find some way to get in versus Freeze, or being absolutely denied for the meantime here. Gaming Gladiators looking really in a big situation right now. That Freezer, they win out the fight still. Zadie finds one. He drops another on Phenomenal. They can open this boiler room wall now. This pillar should be theirs. And on the swing, Pig, he doesn't win the fight out. So Gaming Gladiators are shredding them apart. 2-4. Effectively a 3v4. 3v2 rather.
They rotate out Shiny. Only one standing on half health, and he won't stand for too much longer. Those big lanes won't take him anywhere. Joe cleans that one up. Gaming Gladiators take the map, take the victory. 7-2 over a straight over Oregon.
I mean, a performance worthy of their name. The Gladiators win out the bout and secure their map, their game here today, as we expect. I mean, we all kind of predicted them to take this one, and that they do. Still valiant effort here from Strape, but unfortunately, it's more of the same from what we saw last time around, where it really was Gaming Gladiators outshining their opponents.
It's no real biggie, to be honest. But hey, Strape had a couple nice rounds. If you guys are not aware, they have also been participating in other tournaments and other leagues, and Strape actually do pretty decently against the crowd. Of course, this is just how ladder works. They are going up against the best team, and they will eventually have to go up against the best team again. So this is not the last time we'll see of Strape, and maybe on the second half of the split, we'll see them come back a little bit stronger. But this time around, Gaming Gladiators win out mostly through team kills, team wipes, and a little bit of attrition. The round win there based on time.
Well, it's a great effort placed in, and a lot of times, as we've been reiterating throughout this series, right? Strape start off strong, get the opening picks going their way, just can't find the formula and how to complete it. Yes, they get the rice cooking, but they don't know how to serve it up. Unfortunately for them, they're the ones served on a platter here. As Gladiators, they move on furthermore with more points in this tournament. There's a giveaway for you guys to join as well. Follow the Rainbow Six Siege Twitch channel. Enter down below in the chat. Hashtag call your shots for a chance to win 600 R6 credits on PC and the R6 Operation League SCA pin, which you guys can use to really give you more swag. Well as bragging points, of course, for your homies.
Oh, don't forget that there are other broadcasts and channels available as well. So make sure you check out the other streams, and make sure you check out your most relevant language. But for everyone here listening in on the English broadcast, thank you for joining us. And don't forget to check out those hashtags for your opportunity to win yours.
Definitely
But Black and Blue, I think I just saw in like last 13 minutes, Elevate put up a very important notice. Unfortunately, it looks like Sapper's actually going to be stepping back from competitive. And so that's a pretty big thing.
I was actually wondering in the last match where Sapper was, and I was expecting something in that case, in that sort of vein, but for that confirmation, well, live to you guys, brought to you here. At least we know right up front, right? Sapper, obviously huge player. Gaming Gladiators, a huge team and a huge win for them. When we come back, though, we're gonna have another match for you guys. So don't go anywhere, because the R6 Operation League Autumn Split will be back in here.
Please don't let me Gon' play that. Take you down, I'ma say that. Mine need me a couple dollars. Telling you now this payback. So I take that. Ask them now what say that. I've been going to the top and I got what they not, so I know that they hate that. But I'm on now. All these lanes gonna zone out. And all these lanes gonna tell you what I did, and they twist and they worse till I fall out. But I know that, so I keep what I'm doing cause I own that. And I stay in the lab and I kill everything, but I don't ever move, I'm a Kodak. So I'm gone. Finally back in my home. I'm working like so much, they swear I had me a clone. Can't answer my phone now, just leave it there, that tone. Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me in.
Please don't let me into my zone. I just need some time on my own. All these people trying to get a conversation. You can conversate to that tone. I got up on that throne, yeah. So I'm never alone, yeah. All these people trying to box me in. I'm Mayweather, it's on, yeah. Now they ask where I'm at. Making hits that line back. I'm MJ, I'm 2-3, man. I just need some time back. I'm zoned in like defense. My life gone, no recess, but I live my best.
The faint buzz is a warning. It may be the last thing you hear. But I'm the last thing you'll see. Was hit hard. He'll live. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over. Withdraw your men.
Say again, Grim.
I'm going in. My turn.
What's going on?
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. The data key on your jugular.
You were saying?
What was on that server?
QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why?
Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking, get a move on until I make it. But I can't hold back, and having regrets, hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
And we're back after a short break after a very expected map and a very a typical turnout between Astrape and Gaming Gladiators. Yeah, they had a couple of good rounds, didn't they, Black and Blue? But unfortunately, it is going to be a Gaming Gladiator win anyway. In saying that, we still have 2 more matches coming up, and still a lot of action to be had.
Yeah, I mean, the first 2 matches kind of went the way we expected, right? Everybody in the entire desk, on the entire panel here, and all the analysts and casters agreed that the winners of those matches should be elevated in Gaming Gladiators. We do that. But now in the second half of the matches here today, especially with this one, it's a lot more, I guess, close and more competitive as we're expecting. Varianx versus Champion first and foremost, and then later we have Direwolves versus Fury. So I think in terms of power levels, these 4 next teams going up against each other are neck and neck. Varianx and Champion, both the teams that we kind of expect to be around, the 5th place slot, and Direwolves and Fury kind of being what we expect to be around the 3rd place slot. So there really is, I guess, in terms of the total standings at the end, these matches mean a lot for their season moving forward, because these matchups are generally the matchups that you're going to expect have to duke it out in the end to cut out the other to be in that top 4.
And these are teams and rosters that have actually taken it pretty close to Elevate. Variance lost to Elevate on day 3, 5-7, but Champion beat Elevate on day 5, so just recently as well. So, coming close to Giants. These guys are coming close to some of the biggest roster, some of the biggest and most experienced teams in the entire region, and it's pretty interesting to see how they panned it out so far, and actually they're coming quite close. So Variance didn't have a very good start here in Operation League. They had a really rocky one, but they went up against Gaming Gladiators straight off the bat on Border, so it was kind of expected, just as we saw Astrape play them as well. Since then, they've had a better time. They did lose to Astrape over for the Aces ROG Masters, but now that they're going up against Champion, it's like, Champion have had some time to really sit down. And you know what? They even have matching poses. How do you beat that?
Beautiful. I mean, for Varianx, right, they start off this tournament pretty much matching up against the 4 projected top 4 teams in Gaming Gladiators, Elevate, Fury, and Direwolves. So it's never really a good start, but they did beat Astrape in that other 5th matchup. And we're going to show you guys here now. Peter, Malik, Killers, Strike, and Zist. These guys, one of the newer inductions here into this summer split, were able to find and qualify into the tournament this time. They weren't here during last summer, but they are now. The champion, you got Labyrinth, Zerlotic, Farlord, Pawaret, and Crit J, a team that has come from that summer split, and they actually ended up in the top 5. We're only a few round differentials away from being in the top 4 and overtaking Fury. So these guys, they're no joke.
Yeah, they aren't really. They are actually a pretty decent roster. They have had some rough patches here and there, but I honestly want Variance to win because they are the new blood and they have had some good moments, and I feel like they're only just ramping up. They're just getting used to this. I don't know what's happening here for Variance, but they're all definitely looking like they're having fun. I just want to note, though, of course, that, you know, so far, both teams have been performing very well against Elevate, specifically. And we use Elevate as a benchmark, right? But now that we see that Sapper's actually stepping back from Elevate's competitive side, and he's actually, if people don't remember, he was MVP 5 times last season for Summer Split. Well, him stepping down from that roster at Elevate might mean, you know, like, might be the reason why Elevate's not been performing so well. Maybe he's just burnt out. Maybe he needs to actually take a step back, recuperate, and figure something out for himself. But right now, we are looking at 2 teams that have never been this good before, going up against each other, and Champion should, if anything, have the upper hand.
Well, Champion, they have the experience at the very least, right, to take this one on over. You talked about, you know, Sapper real quick. He definitely is a big star that makes up the constellation that is Elevate, but right now, Champion, they're a team that really relies on exactly that, being a team, not really relying on star power, because these guys are trying to earn their stripes here during the Operation League and hopefully find their way into relegation later on in their careers. But right now, map number 1, actually the only map we're going to be playing here, is going to be Cafe. Sledge banned off from the get-go, and I believe Champion has played the Cafe as of recent, if I'm checking numbers right. No, they actually haven't. So not in this season at the very least. It's Varianx who also haven't. So both teams, for the first time, playing Cafe this season. Last time we saw Champion play Cafe was last season during the summer split. So really not much in terms of recency to be observed here for either side.
There's a bit of a wild card match going through, isn't it, Black and Blue? I can only expect some interesting plays. Azami being banned is pretty big on a map like Cafe. She does turn a lot of positions impassable. Becomes very defendable. But her presence being removed is not the end of the world. Of course, we have other operators that are doing quite well on a map like this. Capcan being one of them, of course. Valkyrie being banned out. What surprise there?
Oh, wow. Valkyrie. Who would have thought?
Who would have thought?
Azami as well, right? We've seen those operators be extremely prevalent when left open here on Cafe. You see that Azami be very big up top, holding towards that pixel, supported with the Valkyrie cams as well. So if you leave both of them open, that's a double doozy for you. But Peter and Strike, they've got Fury calling cards. And I saw another Elevate one there as well. So a bit of,
protect your bombs from being defused by
I guess, support for the local homies. Defense. Check things out. We got Peter on that smoke. Longer it lasts, the better they get. Killers on that alibi. We've been seeing really a resurgence in alibi in the past year already. Right? Year and a half, if anything, already at this point. So, no surprises there. Like Sate, we all know how much of a shredder that can be, but the Goyo from Strike, I think, is going to be curious in how and where they place that. A lot of teams like placing that, maybe one here behind the bar to deny the default plant, and then one maybe towards that Christmas side, make things more difficult, or the cigar side. But I think there is one here on the cigar floor. I'm not sure where the other one is as of the moment. But those will be big later on when Champion does go for their push. The Flores, though, is perfect for trying to deny this, as well as having that 0, which I think is a criminally underrated pick in a lot of the times.
Oh, wow. Zist finding that kill onto Crit. That's a critical hit. I mean, you're losing out a very important and vital intel operator here. Without SAM cams, it's going to be very difficult for them to get that information. They're going to really rely on Gemini holograms and good old droning. Followed, of course, with the Flores. Should be able to find information the old-fashioned way with his RCXD. But doesn't look like they're going to be taking too many chances this time around. They have to pull back a little bit. But for now, Killers over by the Cigar Lounge.
Well, cigars can definitely kill ya. In this case, Killers. The rest here are varying, so you have to be careful. Strike's taking some damage in this bout. Just a random spam coming through from Champion. Although losing that 0 early on is big. No more big Mr. SM for you guys to utilize. He only needs 4 for that. Luckily realizes the error that he almost could have made. Opens up here into that Christmas room. Now they can get the bells jingling.
Ooh, the knockback. Strike. Makes it all the way through. Has to now rotate upstairs. Makes it back to the bosom of his teammates and security. But now Firelord has to push through. Museum. I'm mining. Finds one. Collects the headshot. There goes Killers off the board. No more alibis for you. Don't know where you might have been. But hey, over a white stairs, we've got one more pushing through. Melodic finds this on the other side. Firelord might find one but no, he misses him just by the moment. Oh, there he finally collected it. After such a long trail, he finally finds the one member he was tailing the entire time.
Tidies up. It's a great recovery here, really, from Champion. They lose the opening pick, yes, but didn't give up a single player right on after. Christmas push, perfect from the red stairs, made sure their flank was checked. And speaking of that flank as well, Firelord coming in as a Flores, clearing things out. He goes down that red stairs, make sure nobody's coming up from the mining, finds a pick there on the pillar, pushes his way up the white stairs as well. Look at how much he was able to gain there in terms of control and safety as a safety net for his team. And it really did turn the tide of that round. Now Champion, all they had to do was focus on the task at hand, not have to worry about their flanks. At Flores on Firelord, once again removing lots of the barriers placed in store because of what the Rotero drones give you. That was hugely impactful that we saw there from Champion and how they played around their utility. So really great job, and that was without even the information the 0 would give you, the added utility destroying it would give you. So great work done by Champion on that recovery from round number 1.
Yeah, not bad so far. Variants had a pretty decent round, but unfortunately I felt like they were just too passive. They kind of let everything go by and happen. As soon as they started losing team members, we didn't see what happened to the rest of the team, of course, but they just kind of falling like flies. We needed them to just be a little bit more aggressive in position, but they did take out Crit J quite early. What?
Not as intended.
Not as intended. Sorry. Might have to rethink this one, Strike.
I'm so.
Oh, there we go. He's ready. He's waiting for the right moment. Oh, he didn't deny it in time.
He
Unfortunately.
didn't check it out. Tried to shoot it
Yeah.
out, but alas, was not the case. Yeah, you really have to use that to break it open. Anyways, moving on. Variants, defensive side of theirs. They pull out the Oryx this time around. Rotaro Drone dropping down once more here from the new hatch. Oh, but denied quickly. Mute Jammer in place. That was perfectly placed for them to deny that from being opened on up. I guess we'll try and face check it because of his Jammer, but there's nobody really playing off of it. They've got this Goyo canister as well, but no one's playing off of it once more, and so they place all this utility, but it's removed for free pretty much here by Champion.
Yeah, I'm not... Where is the presence they needed to have to control the red stairs and the entry? You usually see 1 or 2 members hanging around the cigar lounge and the cigar shop in order to deny that presence and to deny entry at all. But this time around, they've kind of walked in, as you said, not using the utility they've placed and the utility they've invested in. So Lodic now, with 1 frag grenade, might be able to dismantle this as he finds the 1 kill for free as they're not paying attention. Variants are all over the place, their minds scattered. And as they start pushing up through Whitehall, the frag grenade gets cooked, might find the 1 member at the bottom of the stairs, but no, an ADS denies him. But surely enough, was enough of a sound cue to give him away.
Well, that Q is exactly what they should have been playing with, right? Now, they give up so much control for free. Time is ticking, yes, but Champion are in a good spot. He sees him even through the yellow haze, the mustard gas in front of him. Not enough to keep him at bay. And Farlord, absolutely huge play he's been having these past 2 rounds. Karlotic, insane kill he finds. Killers goes down, but so does the trade coming from Malik here. 1v4 effectively as Malik almost goes down. Okay, he comes out of it still, but he's really low. This time, double air jab, punch to the face, 1-2 hit combo. Strike finds 1, but he's taken down from up above. Champion, Lan, I am impressed in how they're playing these attacking rounds. He hip fired that too.
Yes, the hip fire on that is disrespectful. Sorry, what FPS are you playing? Hip firing like that? Jeez, man. 2 rounds going to Champion in such confident fashion, and not even just because they're playing confidently or well, but in fact because variants are just all over the place. They're not focusing up, and they're not even looking at the utility they're investing in. We see them just put down all the gizmos and gadgets and utility, but they're abandoning them on site. And I mean, it's not like Champion were perfect either. So Lodic tried to use the frag grenade over by the Whitehall. Little did he know there were 2 ADSs on his backside and he could have taken out for free. So still a lot of work on for both teams, but Champion are taking a lot of these gunfights a little bit more confidently.
10 seconds to go.
Well, Champion as a team are certainly
5 seconds remaining.
giving us a reason to believe in their crown and their claim to the throne.
Attacker's objective is to
These 2 rounds have been relatively clean from them. Variants who have to give us a reason to believe. They've been finding opening picks, yes, going their way, but much to the disdain of what Obsession faced a while ago. Seemingly struggling to close out these rounds, and Farlord has been absolutely huge in what he's been doing for this team, both with his Rotaro drones and just, you know, the fragging potential he brings to them is going to have to blow up soon, and that he does too, just removing that barbed. Yeah, Champion. They continue the streak they built up, momentum in their favor.
Enemy interference!
Labyrinth now making a nice rotation. Looks like he's going to be pushing through reading instead. Rotates all the way down, but he has the diffuser on him, so it does look like he's going to take a very long angle for this one. Not so much focusing on bringing that with the rest of the team. Probably going for a very shallow plan by the reading door.
definitely could be an option they could go for here. But seemingly trying to be afraid of other deeper intents. Strike goes down here for Variance. Champion. They've unknowingly found that pick. Farlord once again coming in huge, but he gets straight out by Peter. No more Rotero drones to be aware of. They also dropped the Mozzie, so that's a lot of potential firepower and information gathering taken off of the board. Never's trying to go for the plant, but he's dissuaded from it. Crit, huge pick for the trade out here. And Variance are answering backland.
And they managed to get that diffuser dropped, and now only 2 members left on that attacking team. Not healthy either. Howard finds one, but he's all alone now as Malik has traded off. Waiting in loop. He doesn't have to do anything, to be honest. He can just chill here by the hall. Howard has to do so much work. He's got to traverse all around the entire map, and he's got to grab the diffuser. Don't forget, he doesn't have it on him. It's all the way over near the dining hall. Bro, I believe it's actually in sight. Oh, but dropping like that, that's never the play, Power It. What are you doing, buddy?
And
Red
Ward
book.
falls to his own demise in many ways. Great response here from Varianx. Not letting this get too out of hand. They gain a round when they really needed it. And that reading hold just really standing up here, proving it to be one of the more formidable sights on this map, honestly. Champion.
Defenders, protect your bombs.
Is this
from being used by
a
attackers.
kitchen dining hold? Yes, it is. Yet to see how they address this, but looking at the composition, they pull out that castle, and we see this castle actually be of great effect, especially paired with that Aruni, and place those barriers throughout the big entrances there on the Brown Hall. Make sure that the shop is, and the shoe shop here in the shoe closet is really just a problem for any attacker to try and gain access to, even close out that small bakery if they so choose so, and really anchor down behind that bar within the actual bakery itself. So you got a VIP setup here, standard one you might expect, simple shield ADS to support it. See how Champion deal with it. They got lots of utility to do so.
We've seen this site actually evolve over time, and what we barely ever get to talk about is the control over the Christmas lounge here downstairs.
Bomb located by attackers.
Just outside freezer. And this used to be a fully reinforced wall, or even a wall that was played vertically from above over in dining. But this time around, and in recent iterances, we are seeing a more wide scope play come into rotation, and we do see this quite often. We do see a lot of sites like Tellers over on Border actually get played out in this fashion, where they find hard to defend spots, and then they decide, you know what, the best way to defend this is actually to just pick up more space around it and just deny entry in general. So that's why we see this wall being left soft. Now Solodic pushing up to Cigar Shop gets punished because they're not droning. And he's not using his Gemini. What was that?
Way too late, yeah. Insists. He just knew what to expect in that case because of it. He found the one, doesn't need to commit into any much more. He got the one pick that he needed to make that hold valuable.
Ooh.
Okay, smart here by Crit.
Nice.
But no one's really gonna, he's not gonna get much out of that anymore now that this has fallen back, but bit of a thing you guys can keep mentally noted for your ranked games, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Keep in mind, of course, still a lot to do. 1 minute left on the clock. He could absolutely get to work on these floors, and really he should be. He's running out of time, and he's gonna find a free kill or two in order to level this one out so they can actually get this plan down, because they're actually starting to dwindle here, and they're running out of time. 50 seconds left on the clock. They gotta get the plant down. They gotta get floors open. It's not safe for them to plant right now. And Farlord, using his last RCXD, has to make this one value. He's got to get this one going. He's going to open line of sight with it instead.
Allows him to see deeper, yes, into the opposing end of the site, but also makes his entry a bit more problematic. He finds the angle off of it too. Farlord, great heads up. Kitters not even realizing that angle was exposed of him, and Farlord the triple kill. Insane play this man has found in this map, in this series. He has been such high value for this team. And Varianx, they're at the cusp of being taken down. Round number 4, third round secured here. And what a player, what a round here for Champion.
It's like Variants aren't even paying attention. A lot of the team members are just being caught off guard, not even looking at the right angles, and these defenses are just looking so shabby. They need to wake up, and they need to realize that a lot of their losses are coming from deconstructed sites.
I mean, always easier said than done, but still, we have to expect the utmost level of Rainbow Six Siege here. We're talking about the Operation League. Varianx, they're slipping so far on this defensive half of theirs. Champion's one looking a lot more on point. We'll look at the last summer season, and Cafe, it's been one of those maps that are one of the more defender-sided. Not super heavily, 56% of the defense compared to that 54 generally for the attacking side. Still, it's not a statistic that should infer them to have a huge advantage, but they have some sort of one. Varianx still haven't been able to find it. They get Surlotic, and that's a great start.
I mean, what better way to level this one out than to take away their Yana? Mind you, I still don't know why he's playing Yana if he's not gonna use his Gemini. If he won't use it, why use it? Why bring her at all? I'm getting frustrated. I'm sorry. I expect better.
Oh, I bet. Man, over and over, Varianx have had great starts through their rounds, but the ends, the way they close it out, those have been the problem. So yes, another great start for them. They have to start continuing this pace, so them to let these opportunities slip. They open up into the piano. Rotero denied immediately. They should have opened that second sight line just to make sure nobody can run away safely. Look at this angle from Malik. Gets it down. The kill confirmed by Killers down below. Great round here already from Varianx. 5v2. Flawless looking like.
They're looking so lost right now. Varianx managed to find Champion on the weakest of entries. Unsure of their position, unsure of their confidence, and just without the right information, they push completely unbeknownst to them. They're getting caught out left, right, and here. Finally, Labyrinth finds one. Nate find a second. No. But manages to at least take down Malik. There's troubles.
Well, isn't that a problem here? Champion right now. 2v4 still. Slowly making news. Slowly making a wave here to come back into, but it'll be quite difficult for them. Still, especially with the crossfires being held here by Varianx. Finally looking to get their second round. Has been so elusive of them these past few. Labyrinth has called his way into the bar. Smokecaster perfectly on time. Forces him out. He's bleeding, suffocating in that gas. Still found himself a way to get by.
15 seconds to go. Time to drop the bomb diffuser.
The rounds, they still go here for Varianx. Securing the round as easy as it should be in the 2v4. Take him down, and well, nicely played here from Varianx. They get the opening pick, and they're finally able to continue that success and opportunity and convert it into a round.
Yeah, they finally managed to pick that one up, and they unfortunately just didn't make that one work. So, you know, Variant still staying in there 2-3 right now. I feel like this might drag on a little bit longer if this keeps up. If Variants land this 3-3, I think it's going to go into a barn burner situation where we're going to go back and forth a little bit. And at the very least, the champion might win this 7-4. But if champion take this 4-2, I think Variants don't do much better on attack, and champion take this one away quite comfortably.
Champion, be careful not to let their lead be erased by any quick means. These Variants, they can build up heat. They can build up momentum real quick and snowball this lead. Disaster for champion. Warlord, he's come alive on some rounds. Been quiet on the two rounds that we've seen Variants win in the first place. One of those, him being picked off early. The Nook comes out here in the final round of regulation of the first half. Jabe looking to give him a different look. Nades be important as well, but if you can bypass a lot of the defense here in Variants, then might just be what they need to secure the advantageous end of the half.
Killers with an interesting play over Heaven. Holds that down for just a little bit. Going to work already on some of the hard floors and the walls here, and what I believe to have been some reinforced walls. So far, still a bit of a slow push here coming in from Champion, not willing to make their way in so brazenly down the Red Stair hatch.
Crit J, he's got a drone to support his endeavors here. Try and find a way to get in deep and grow. Found that information, gets a one free pick off of it. The Nook getting value here. Zisk goes down. It's a big player in terms of the roam game, taken off board. And the angle, he knows to expect it. Farlord finds another off cam as well on Killers. And it's crumbling down a flawless round, looking here for Champion, and that they do.
Very nice.
Perfect statement to end this round and end this half.
And that's why Nook is so commonly banned in some other leagues. She brings so much to the table. Not only did she bring frag grenades. Were they frag grenades?
Yeah, she did.
Yeah, frag grenades. Not only did she bring frag grenades, but the silencer, the silent plays, the silent step made her so hard to contest. And she took down two members of the defending team so confidently and so swiftly as well.
Being able to advance like that silently, you said, just really shakes up the defense. Not able to expect that corner. Maybe if, you know, Zisk could hear it coming, then she could swing back around and try and find the Nook. But since it was a Nook, obviously footsteps dead silent, like a whisper. Just so difficult to try and anticipate in those situations. She thought the drone was all it was. Now there's someone tailing it. Champion here, they come into the second half with the advantage. And Killers wanting to apply that Nook as well into this, but the perfect spawn peek from Farlord, who has been the absolute MVP of this map so far. He gets the opening pick, and that's a Yana going down too. 10 kills now for Farlord.
Who might pull in a sneaky spawn peek, but no one seen already, as they already making their way up the building. And of course, 2 minutes and 20 seconds left on that clock. There's a lot of time for them to make this one work for them. Jape switching over to the Ela with the silenced SMG, by the way. Let's see here, I draw the line because that SMG should not be on a silent. Why? Does it make it like? Does it feel better? I know the silencer sound is like a little bit more appealing.
Perhaps. And some people, it's just a comfort thing for them. Ultimately, what is the most important is what they feel the most comfortable playing, really, sometimes.
Oh, you know what?
Yeah.
You know what? It's for if maybe they're concussed. And if you're getting hit with a gun that doesn't have the silencer, you'll be able to get like the hit indicators where they might be anyway. But if you're getting hit with a silenced weapon and you're concussed, you have no clue.
Yeah,
you have no clue.
No idea. Obviously, there's no tracers as well, so no visual stimuli to tell you. Could be a thing. Variants. They get the kill and a trade at the least.
Oh,
Zerlotic should have a free kill
no
here.
way.
That he does.
Okay.
Goes unpunished. Nobody playing the hatch up above in the skylight. So he gets away out of it unscathed.
Attackers recovered the bomb.
Flashbangs. Rotero to follow. It's kind of it's crazy, right? A flashbang that has no follow up still manages to flush out members out of their hunkered down positions quite often. Ooh, Arlo with a nice one tap over on the Zist. We didn't see that, but I heard it. Heard it for sure.
Yep. Single shot to the DMR. Secures it. "20 seconds left in the clock. Variants slowly running out of time. They're both coming from white stairs as well, so only one single angle for them to go through. The flash bounces back too. This round is done. Champion should almost assuredly have a fifth here. And okay, they go down to the shotguns. Zerlotic and Hawarit, one after the other. Bam bam. Round is done. Champion take the fifth.
And it's looking like my predictions on Champion taking this 7-2 may just very well come to life, you know? It's not looking great. Man, today has been landslide after landslide. And am I surprised?
Protect your bombs from
No.
being defused by attackers.
Am I disappointed? Very.
I mean, I was expecting a close game for this, and we're expecting the close game for the next one as well. But I'm sure Variants are going to give us a few more rounds before they go down. If they go down, they're going to give us a few more just to make this one a more competitive match. They can have a bigger chance of coming back into it and have less of a round differential problem once it gets late into the season.
5 seconds to go.
Champion defense here now on
Attackers are
bottom
moving out.
floor, kitchen dining. Where they're gonna be playing. Killer is taking early damage once again. These spawn peaks from Champion have been completely menacing Variants.
Our Lord. Waiting for the right moment to find some kills. Fortunately, not be able to get this time around. We'll be rotating back through the reading. All the way back to white. Perhaps even rotating downstairs. Find anyone? No, goes upstairs in fact. It's going to do a little quick sweep of that top floor.
Holding on to this bakery. You're gonna have to burn these shields in the ADS. Farlord, big pick once more. Both on ends on the floor. Attack and defend. He's been such a big influence. Playing up here still. Within that piano, within that Christmas room. They melted the shield here on Zerlotic, but he's got more than enough magnets to keep him in place. We've got this back reinforced as well. They're gonna breach it right now, so small bakery should open on up. And now he's gonna have a bigger problem to try and hold down here on the bakery entrance. He needs some support, and a zombie would be great right now, but they don't have one. Falls back into safety. They can reinforce over this hole, yes, as expected. And now He's done his job. He's burned utility. He's used his magnets. He gets back away safely.
Another EE1D gets popped. Not much of an aggressive push to follow. Labyrinth now getting ready to throw down some box of babes. Nye entry along with Crit J picking up a nice double. Perhaps a triple over in Bakery, and you know what? His Baker's dozens coming. He gets taken down finally after he buys up so much time, but it's still a flawless round for Champion as they take round 8 over in Bakery. Look at that, such a confident round coming through as well, and they're just sweeping them up.
Yeah, that
Variants are not having a great time on attack.
They got cooked on that Bakery hold of theirs. Like, Variants simply could not melt it down, and that was, mind you, barring any other sort of outside presence, like maybe, you know, a Zami, a castle would help in that type of hold. It was a mere shield and some of my magnets keeping him safe, and that was more than enough, and they needed to secure the round. Yes, we opened up the wall in small Bakery. It'll make it more difficult for him to fall on back, but he still gets away out of it unscathed. With that advantage, they had enough reason to try and pincer in on that push from the Bakery side, and there wasn't any other kind of area of attack that Variants were giving us, only coming from that one side of the map, allowed Champion to focus their attention to that side and won it easily, fair and square.
They're going back upstairs now to the reading room and dining. Not always the balcony, to the cocktail lounge, but
locate and defuse a bomb.
still a site that previously was indefendable, as I mentioned before. Had its horizons expanded and found new light in how it was going to be played, and that's how Cafe's really developed, hasn't it, Blue? It's just kind of gone from site defenses to whole building rotation, and you love to see the strategy, the meta really expand and really set in, because after all, the defenders can use the entire advantage, and they should be. This now, with the rest of the team, will be popping some drones through the red stairs, trying to hold on to as long as they can. You notice that some of the drones do get infected one by one.
Well, we know how effective that can be, right? And to have that stay alive as long as they can, that's going to be big. Farlord once again, man. He finds another opening pick here. Gets traded out by Malik, but look at this run out. They go 1 for 1 on those trades, though. That's a 3v3. Crit J still alive on that Mozzie. He actually opts for the barbed wire instead, realizing they have more than enough nitros to toss out, so they keep that in his hands. But yeah, if he captures even a single drone here, that's going to be big in terms of what it brings to the table for Champion.
And they certainly have a lot still going for them. They definitely have control vertically. You need to clear out Sir Lodic, or you're not going to even take the site over on reading. Power It gets eliminated. DMR coming in strong for Peter. They start to find more and more. So Lodic on one as well, taking the place of this hologram here. Surely they won't notice the difference between the two. I don't believe it's like that. Crit J finds one, gets it down, confirms the kill, might be able to find the second. Will the Roni be enough, or will Solodic come in for a nice swing to clean up Strike?
It's absolutely important that Strike can get this round 1v2. Match point already here. The noise being made by Sir Lodic forces him off of it, but he's trapped from up above and from down below, vertically and horizontally, taken from both axes. And Champion, what a match for them to secure. Looking like a dark horse of this tournament with that performance of theirs. Take the series 7-2.
Champion victory here coming in for our boys on on the defense there for that last round. And ooh, what can I say, man? Honestly, it's been pretty challenging for that roster so far, and they're not having the best of times. Variants are being welcomed into league through hellfire, and they have only won 1 round so far.
Yeah, been a difficult ride so far for Varianx, and we see that, you know, they on the defensive side they get the opening pick. Yes, attacking side they get opening picked many times on over and over for that fact here by Champion. And whether a good start or a bad one, they just struggled to close out these rounds, wherein for really the only 2 rounds that we saw Champion lose were the rounds that Farlord wasn't able to get activated. When he's just playing his game, even if he only finds 1 pick, the amount of value they get from having him alive, he played absolutely amazing this entire map. Not in terms of maybe a mechanics fragging standpoint, even though he had the top kills, yes, but he was getting so much value by being a team player. And you guys can get lots of value by joining a giveaway too, can't they, Len?
Yeah, absolutely. They have you guys in the audience have your chance to win as well. So put in the hashtag call your shots. Twitch chat. Don't forget your opportunities to win are slowly dwindling today. We've got 1 more chance after this, but you guys can get your own R6 credits and your own Operation League Southeast Asia pin here in autumn.
And make sure you guys join our giveaway. You might be the lucky winners. What we've got for you, the pin, the credits, could be yours. Guys, we played 3 matches here today, and none of them were really as close as we were expecting. First 2, yes, they went the way we did. This one we were expecting to be a much closer one because they seemed like more equal in power levels. Maybe not for this map, but in general, right? The last one we've got in store, that is going to be, I think, a match that will finally deliver, you know, the results that we were kind of hoping for in a very competitive match. We got Fury versus Direwolves right after this break, so don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back here in a bit.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. 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 Please don't let me in. Yeah. Go and play that. Take you down, I'ma say that. Mine need me a couple dollars. Telling you now this payback. So I take that. Ask them now what say that. I've been going to the top and I got what they not, so I know that they hate that. But I'm on now. All these lanes gonna zone out. And all these lanes gonna tell you what I did, and they twist and they worse till I fall out. But I know that, so I keep what I'm doing cause I own that. And I stay in the lab and I kill everything, but I don't ever move, I'm a Kodak. So I'm gone, finally back in my home. I'm working like so much, they swear I had me a clone. Can't answer my phone now, just leave it there, that tone. Ballin', can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Cause I'm back in my zone now. Zone now.
Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me in.
Please don't let me into my zone. I just need some time of my own. All these people trying to get a conversation. You can conversate to that tone. I got up on that throne, yeah. So I'm never alone, yeah. All these people trying to box me in. I'm Mayweather, it's on, yeah. Now they ask where I'm at. Making hits that line back. I'm MJ, I'm 2-3, man. I just need some time back. I'm zoned in like defense. My life gone, no recess. But I live my best one, so I got no regrets. So I'm gone. Finally back in my home. I'm working like so much, they swear I had me a clone. Can't answer my phone now, just leave it there, that tone. Ballin', can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Cause I'm back in my zone now.
The faint buzz is a warning. It may be the last thing you hear. But I'm the last thing you'll see. Was hit hard. Here, live. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over. Withdraw your men. Say again, Grim. I'm going in. My turn.
What's going on?
What the? Impossible.
Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. Is that a key on your jugular?
You were saying?
What was on that server?
QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why?
Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't go back, and having regrets, hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. Real one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
And we're here for the end of the day. We have one more match coming up just now. Black and Blue, we have had a very disappointing, or I mean, we kind of expected some of the scores to go the way they did, right? We're not gonna sugarcoat it, right, boys? But let's be straight, man. Like, some of those games were rough. This game, however, is between the two best teams in the currently in the league: Direwolves and Fury.
Yeah. Number one, number two, El Clasico, pretty much. We've seen some great bouts between these two teams upcoming during the last season, during the last summer split, when we did see them, play against each other, with them pretty much having an equal kind of, I guess, historical score up against the other, right? Fury winning one, Direwolves winning the other. They get to settle the score here tonight.
They've got to make this one work. Fury currently sitting flawless in the league, and Direwolves only having lost one match prior, and only 3 points in difference. So, three rounds in difference and 1 point apart from each other. So, pretty good so far. They eventually had to face up against each other. We'll have to see where this goes or how it unfolds, but it's definitely going to be the best match of the night.
I am hoping so, and it's what we're at least expecting here, right? Well, you're the one who brought it up, but
yep, true.
Yeah, first two matches, we expected to go the way it went. Obviously, we played through a lot of one-way shows, but this one, we're expecting it to be quite different. Direwolves and Fury, two teams that we have saw be absolutely just the dark horses of last summer, looking to be potentially the kings of this one, to wear the crown. Direwolves, you got Ed, Pecan, Souffle, Jackie Wu, Reaps, the latter edition to this roster, but he has also just been an absolute menace. Look at that KD, 63 and 32. Such a great piece to this puzzle.
Yeah, Reaps has been a fantastic addition to the roster as well. Good to see that he's also uniformed up. But don't forget, Souffle is the man of the hour in most cases. Yes, he's trailing behind Pecan and Reaps, but he has made some very crucial plays in the past, so make sure you keep an eye on him, as all members of this roster are actually very fundamental to the success of the organization, or the team itself. Fury, of course, coming through. We all know I9 is the man to keep an eye out on, but don't forget, BG Man, Lycolis, Hajime, and Dark are all massive contenders and very legendary.
Well, we know these guys like Lycolis, Hajime, Dark, BG Man, I9, as you said, they've been playing here and duking it out in the Operation League from the get-go, from the very start on off. Skyscraper, okay, curious pick, because the last time these two teams played against each other, it was on Skyscraper, and Direwolves came out on top, 7-3. Quite one-sided if you ask me. Oregon, the opening ban here by Fury is also curious, because this is the map that they were able to win versus the Direwolves the first time they played against each other last summer. So for Oregon to be banned out first and foremost by Fury, I think is pretty curious. Now, Direwolves, pretty good Oregon team, so you could make that reason, but still, Skyscraper is the map where Direwolves beat them last time. And we're gonna see tonight, I guess, if history takes place once more. Repeats itself.
Yeah, it's a momentous occasion for both organizations here. Like, they're oceanic rivals, if anything. Both organizations actually stemming from ANZ. Both rosters actually seated all the way in Southeast Asia, so it's an APAC effort, really, and definitely one of the top contending teams that has so much potential to go to a major. Like, I really wish they could.
Well, they are very close to potentially doing so if they can keep up the pace they have here, you know, Fury especially in this Operation League, and bring that into their, you know, performances in APAC South. And I mean, we are sponsored by Kingston Fury, by the way this broadcast is, so who knows, maybe some bit of a big man buff there for BG Man and the rest of the roster. But yeah, Skyscraper, curious map once again for them to be playing on. Fury, they barely edged out Champion last summer to be able to qualify into that top 4. Now they're here, right? And primed and ready at the top. Opening ban from Fury, first and foremost. Thatcher, not too unexpected, especially on a map here like Skyscraper. The Direwolves, they get the following up ban. What do you think is going to be pulled out here?
I'd be surprised if they don't ban Nook. And she has been getting through every map so far. Oh, well, not every map. I think she got banned out in the first map on Villa. She did. But Maverick will be taking the L this time around on the side of Direwolves.
Yeah, relegated to the bench. No play time for you. Maverick taken out. Those outer walls are a big problem to keep closed whenever a Maverick is around these parts. Opening defensive ban, Kaid. Making sure those Electro Claws are going to be taken out of the round, and those outer walls once more won't be as big of a problem to keep taking off. I'm expecting maybe a Valkyrie and a Zombie ban here. Either way could make sense, especially considering how those two operators have been seeing big prevalence on the map like Skyscraper in terms of value. It's a Mira that gets taken off, which isn't too unexpected as well. A lot of the sites here, like you see there towards Geisha holds and all, are really supported and enabled by having that Mira available.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, her leaving is actually a massive influence on what's happening, or what can happen here on Skyscraper and how they're going to play the site. Rick and Morty Sledge, love it. And saying that, yeah, I like how this defensive composition comes through quite
Attackers need to
quite
locate
focused
and
on
defuse bombs.
area and mobility denial. There's a lot of denial in general. Information as well, if you're looking at Mozzie and Mute.
You really comes down to making sure that the pace here of Direwolves, now this is true for most utility, yes, you just want to slow down the attacking side, but they do it like in the most literal of ways, right? The Banshees literally slowing down the opposition, the Molly, the flames from the canister, when they blow up, will slow them down. Having to drone out carefully and make sure there's no frost mats will slow them down, and even getting the drones in place will be slowed down because of that double, drone denial that they're bringing to the table here, Fury. They've got 3 nitro cells to chuck out, not a single shield, but they got 2 bullet cams at least, or even more information gathering on their side. So very, very curious to see how Fury play this. On the attacking side, though, composition-wise, they bring out the big gun. Curious for them to pull out the Doki here. It's looking like they're going for, potentially, they could rush in later on. If they so choose so.
It's very funny that you mentioned that, because they're picking Doki into a mute. Nice trade here. Ed picking that up. Fragmite coming strong. Risky, but strong. Gets that exothermic off, so he's already brought value. Now Pecan trades again and brings in BG Man as a nice kill, and that's not the biggest value considering his gadget's already set. Start getting taken off is pretty massive, though. I9 refrags, and he can pull this off. He can take down the rest 4 and get a flawless ace. But shotgun right close, like Colas sees that one up, allows the Selma charges to actually pop off and take them down. Instead, refocuses on calling out things going down on some walls nearby.
Well, that equalizes things a bit. Still, in the favor of Direwolves, Ed is up here barely, like Hollis on this mute. Being alive, got the nitro cell to chuck out. Doesn't really connect on much. Forces him back here towards the display. Has to be careful of the window right outside. Trying to just waste even more time. Middle left to work with here. Spots out the shoulder of Reaps. They're crossing on his Gemini. Like Hollis, trying to find an angle where he can fight properly up close. Sightline used here by Reaps to punish him. They knew he was there. It's all on the I9, who has to go ice cold on this Frost. He actually spots one out, and there he confirms it. He's gonna need to find a double, especially on Souffle, who's still up to fight.
E9 with the silencer going real hard. Triple kill, quadra kill, and ace! I9 cleans that one out, and I told you he could have done it, and he absolutely did. The first round on Skyscraper is going absolutely nuts for Fury.
Insane play there from I9, and that is actually one of the most viable weapons to place a suppressor on because of how little recoil it already has, and the fact that it doesn't mitigate any damage anymore means that the high damage per bullet still remains true on a weapon like that. And they just didn't know where it was coming from. Like, they could tell someone was shooting, but where exactly? By the time he realized it, it was too little, too late. Ed goes down. Fury, take and steal by all means around in a 1v3. Ace clutch here coming from I9, absolutely huge. They get the opening defensive round, and now they move on.
And that's exactly what the silence is doing. They're really throwing you off with misinformation. You honestly cannot tell what's happening half the time. And defenders, or even attackers, get to capitalize on situations like that. Playing angles, playing the moment, and really taking their element of surprise to the best and the extent of its advantage.
Yeah. Just catching the Direwolves off guard. Around that assuredly should have been theirs. Ice cold I9 was. Now they're gonna have to let go of the past, look at the present, and play for the future. Hajime making some noise here on top of the stairs. Denying the drone from further gaining much more. They know of his position now. He sticks onto the Roni, curiously enough. Lots of players have moved away from that, although my personal favorite. Staying in here though, he can gain one of these drones. He decides to fall back instead, take some damage in that bout. Dark following him, trailing him, giving him a bit of support. You know he's taking some damage. They've fallen back onto the site. Reaps to be that spear here for the entry for Dire Wolves.
A lot of rotations coming in here. I9 laying down some of the holograms as well to throw off some of the anyone pushing through, maybe collect some information. But right now, the minute and 40 left, they're sitting tight and toasty. They know they've taken a little bit of damage, but they've got 3 nitro cells on this defense. We do not ever usually see more than 2, but now we are seeing 3. Hopefully they survive long enough for us to see them collect 1 each, but I might be wishing for a little bit too much.
Well, they've tossed 1 out. Don't really get a kill off of it here from Hajime. They still got 2. That's going to be big later on in the round. They can keep those in their team, in their pocket, in their arsenal. Like Hollow's playing the shield. The Dragon, still theirs for the meantime. But that's something Dire Wolves need to start taking away. They need to start taking more space, more control away from the defense here of Fury. But Fury putting up a good fight. Not letting these entries come in unchecked and freely. Dire Wolves, they're really struggling to get themselves within springboard position to go for the execute. Ed doing lots of work here. Souffle, he gets 1, he gets a double, but the trade in from BG Man indirectly comes in there on Ed. He's trying to fight this fight, but he goes down. They trade each other. 2v1 right now. The angle goes and reaps his way. And Fury, they take another round.
So strong coming in from the defending side here. Fury are very convincing in how they're taking this. So honestly, at the rate they're going, I would not be surprised if they end up being champions over against the Autumn Split. It's just very overwhelming. Dire Wolves in saying that are not coping very well.
You know, yeah, Skyscraper is one of the later additions, right, to the competitive circuit here for all the maps that we've got. But even with that, and you can see that be a big factor, because lots of times when that happens, when a new map comes in, the defenders have the advantage, and that was definitely true for last split, as it was by far the most defender-sided map we've had in the summer split, at a 63% win rate for the defenders compared to almost any other map. So one of those few maps that can really do tout the advantage a bit more towards that defensive side. Fury, they're making use of that for the meantime. The Azami coming out now because it was left into play. The Pulse and the Legion as well to give them a different look. They're playing back up. Actually, no, down below. They're looking for that vertical control still, though. And to have this Rooney, that's going to help them. The shotguns as well, unlike Hollis from up above. Anytime you see a mute, you can expect that vertical play to be a bit more problematic for the attacking side. And that's what Fury are banking on.
Dire Wolves saying that are playing good siege. They are doing the right things. They are unfortunately just not connecting in the right manner. And
He was successfully deployed.
Okay. Dire Wolves have to make sure that they do this swiftly and not get held up trying to take the vertical control up above. We saw that be a problem for them in the previous round, in round number 2. And Fury were doing a good job of making sure that that was the case, that they were really slowed down in their attempts. Reaps gets the Dragon. Schema barrier. Nade prep. This could go horribly here for Hajime. He barely comes out of that. His schema barrier keeping him barely alive as well. He's got more to fall back to, though. Reaps. He's on the chase, but he's, yes, shaken for now.
Concussion goes off, gives a little bit of information of where the enemy is. We do see now the Dire Wolves are starting to home in on the site and start their push for that plant. However, there are still some peripheral defenders laying in wait. I9 picks one up, gets traded for Hajime. Reaps picks that one as he gets traded back by BG Man, and only 2 members of Dire Wolves are left standing. One air jab left in the pocket, 1 Selma charge left available. Jackie now trying to take this angle and loses, leaving Ed all alone with the AKM. Reap sees him, collects that 1 kill, 3 left on the clock, but they all know where he is now. The information's there and it's free. Dart collects that with the UMP.
And having that pulse just gave them so much information on where to really trap a lot of the defense. I thought a lot of the direwolves rather, and they tried to hound them down, but Fury just knew when to attack him, when to strike. And they won the fights that they needed to earn them that 3rd round. So already they've secured the equalized half at the very least, and continue even more, forevermore, for more rounds here. Azami coming out once again. Malusi with those Banshees. They call in the Bandit this time around though, and I think he's on the Nitro. Yes, so once again triple Nitro. Actually no, just 2 Nitro cells brought into this round. Shield, barbed, those Kima barriers that we saw became a huge factor for Fury in that round. So no surprise they're pulling it out once more.
Yeah, if it works the first time, do it again. Honestly, this is pretty interesting. Direwolves come close every round, would you say? But Fury just are so assured in how they're playing this. And by the way, 2 C4s again. Honestly, I thought that was a 3rd C4 up on BG Man, but it's actually just a shield. So, yeah, a little bit of wishful thinking, honestly, from my end.
I initially rendered the same thought, but Fury, no matter what they bring in, it doesn't even come down to them having to use those Nitro cells, right, to deny the plant, because they're winning these fights and stuff like this. Opening pick, spawn peek here from BG Man sets a tone for this round early on.
That set a tone. Reinforcements go up. Jackie finds 1 until I close. That's a nice opening kill. Khan goes down, and so does Jackie. Wow! 3 members of Direwolves getting eliminated, and the fact that Khan didn't even get in the building as a Nook,
yeah,
it spells disaster.
That was like 30 seconds into the round.
Did Ed see him? Ed see that guy in the bathroom?
I think, wasn't that the hologram? Was it? Perhaps. Maybe.
Oh
maybe
I am seeing things now. See, I'm capping. Sorry.
Could have been. It's okay, bud. You know what time it is over there? It's quite late.
That's
the Fury. They're the ones who are late to the party here, struggling to get themselves going here early on Skyscraper. Ed, you have to really force his way on in. Alerts, though, the defense on where to rotate, where to try and go help and pincer them. Laying split apart. Reaps trying to work on his own angle. Have some notion of his position, though. Get that kill. So now it's all on the Reaps here. Hajime finds Ed. Reaps with the nade. He gets the 1. Follow up for a second. Damage done, but he's trapped. Between a rock and a hard place. Finds the 1v1. The triple goes his way. And he reaps what he sows. Brings it down to that 1v1 right now. The duel between him and I9.
He's got a minute left in the clock. He's going to go for a vertical nade. Will he land it?
That was close.
6, but he missed. He has a disadvantage here. He knows he does not have the high ground. I9 distracted, then loses the duel. Reaps for a quad. Picks up the headshot. Saves the round for Direwolves and finds them their first round. Oh,
incredible from Reaps. And that's where you see, really, those slip-ups happen. Where they think, okay, it's a 1v4. We've won this. Let's bum rush him. Let's try and play with him. But then they get played. They're the ones who get taken down. And from that, he shoots himself out of a bad situation and into a round win. Incredible sequence here for Direwolves. Ed secures a 1v4 clutch.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
See from the replay here. Trades go out. Fantastic juggling of utility. Picks up not 1 but 2. Gets the nice trade off as well. Not only used hover. Perfect. So make sure he lands the shots right on time. So I'm very impressed by the newcomer here.
10
Reaps
seconds remaining.
is proving to be quite the contender here in the Operation
5
League.
seconds left.
Of course, this time around, he's going to stick that Diana. We're going to see Souffle come in on the Nook instead of Khan this time, who's bringing in the Zofia. So you're looking at a little bit more destruction. Still wants to retain that element of surprise. Of course, Nook just brings so much, not bringing the EMPs, but now instead bringing frag grenades.
Those nades, you're going to be pretty much artillery raining down on the site here if they can get within that space. They've got a lot to throw, a lot to burn as well, though. Hajime playing a cheeky angle. He knows that as soon as somebody tries to rappel up to that balcony, he can swing out and maybe collect himself a kill. Souffle's made a bit of noise down below. Wants to drone himself on in, then try and work his way up, catch the defense off guard without them expecting it. And Hajime, he's the one to go down first. Souffle punishing his run out there at the perfect time, in the right moment. BG Man finds a trade on the other end of the floor, though.
Oh, they're rotating away. BG
Oh.
Man.
It's okay. He's already dead.
Jackie. Oh no. 1 to 5 is not a great scoreline either. He's definitely falling behind here. Pekan's known better, to be honest. Hajime finally manages to return. So good to have him back, obviously. Ed nicely levels that one out. I9 getting taken out there. Takes away their top fragger. 8 to 2. Massive scoreline for any roaming defender.
Huge for him to be able to collect that many kills in such efficiency as well, and how he does it. As little looks, as many kills that he could find. Reaps holding on the angle, but the double finally found by Souffle in the round as he trades out on Dark. Keep Ed traded at least. 2v3 right now. Direwolves on pace to maybe gaining a second round in a row, cutting this lead down to a single round. Reaps has got that Gemini, finds exactly where Lycolis is, and now they've got information to play off of.
Ooh, BG Man finds a nice kill into Pekan, leaving Reaps outside, waiting for the right moment. Lycolis finds the Nook, and it's all down to Iana. Not exactly in a favorable position. Has one frag grenade that she can use. Doesn't win that trade just yet. Does a little bit of damage, but has to retreat. We're back into the mezzanine. Has no superior angle. Is in a bit of a pickle right now. Surrounded on both sides. Frag grenade might not make it. No! It's a bit of a blunder, unfortunately. Grenade gets stuck on the wall. And he cooked it just a little bit too long, and
yeah,
it's taken down by himself. Like you can see Yuri just enjoying that one a little bit too much.
I mean, it was a really thin hole for him to thread that needle through. But then again, he also kind of cooked it a bit too long. Just a half second too long. Even if it made it on through, it would have, I think, popped prematurely or just a hair too short potentially. So, Fury somehow take the win. 2v3 goes their way at the very least. A bit of a aid from their opposition, but they'll take that any way they can.
Souffle is sticking that on that Nook this time though. They're so set on making sure it works. They need to make the Nook work for some reason. It makes complete sense to me. Don't get me wrong, she's so strong, but Yuri are a little bit more flexible with their roster. They're switching things up. This is the last round on their defense, of course. They're bringing out the Bandit. They're bringing out the Legion. Operators I barely see these days. And it's good to see. It's interesting to have as well.
It's really, I guess, a testament to why this Fury team is at the top of the leaderboards right now, isn't it? They have so many different looks they can give, and I9 just, my goodness, this player has been on a tear this entire day.
he's had some rough times, but never forget, we've seen IN9 pull off ace clutches more often than not, and he is such a flexible player. I honestly think he is an amazing talent, and he has such a bright future in esports, and especially in Rainbow Six. One exothermic left on the board. Ed needs to make this one happen, but he needs a little bit of backup. Drones go down to find a little bit more information, but 2 minutes on the clock. There's a lot to play with. They need to find a way to make this work, and honestly, waiting for these bandit charges to be taken out might take a little bit longer than they're planning.
You know, obviously,
we
know that. Oh my goodness. Timing works out for him perfectly too. Hajime.
Wow.
Great frag he finds here in a Jackie Wu. This balcony is looking to be where their coffins are made, where their tombstones are written. Because it's so difficult for them to try an entry now that they've got a great hold on to this. I9 takes so much damage in return though. Not as much as he can deal out towards Ed. 5v3 still. Not unrecoverable here from Dire Wolves, but yeah, the former Elevate player here, I9, just being such a big piece for this Fury squad.
A lot to do, of course. Logic bomb going off. Let's provide a little bit more information. No EMPs left on that attack, and no frag grenades either. Only 3 flashbangs on a wounded Thermite. And it might not be enough. Souffle this time deciding to play less of a stealthy attacker and more face first aggressive. And he's going to have to make something work because Ed is taken down and they're all out of utility. They've got 3 drones left, but I don't think they're going to have the time to find that. They get 1 kill, gets traded back, and that leaves Souffle all alone. Hologram is the only one left to be able to find information on Souffle. And this Nook is not stealthy at all. They know where he is. They've double peeked him. And Fury find another round to win, taking away a 4-2 scoreline on the half.
Incredible here. Coming in from Fury. I think it's a 5-1 actually. Yes, it is.
Oh my gosh, it is a 5-1.
Remember, he naded himself in the last one right before it. Fury. Lan, we expected a close game. It's not what we're getting so far. Not a single one here today, but it could change up because knowing that Skyscraper is one of the most, at least statistically, last season for the summer split, defender-sided maps, maybe it really was benefiting Fury on their side, right? Maybe it was really helping them on out. But if that's the case, then it should be more of the same, but for Direwolves' favor this time around. Their defense, they don't have as big of a cushion as Fury otherwise does. 2 rounds away, actually a round away from match point, 2 from losing this one. They don't have much margin for error. They need to start gaining rounds quick here right now at the turn of the half.
10 seconds left. 5 seconds left before insertion.
Round 7. Fury have 2 rounds to go until they take this away 7-1 in arguably the most dominant game tonight, if that becomes the case. But Direwolves still have some chances to be able to bring this one back. They've had rocky patches before, but I believe all the casters were unanimous in saying that they thought Fury were going to take this one away.
Actually, I don't think so. I think there were Direwolves predictions, at least 2 or 3. So, the only 2 that all casters predicted was the Gaming Gladiators and Elevate map. Those are the only 2 that everybody agreed on.
Well, you know what? You'll be wrong. I9 finds one, gets traded back almost immediately. Pecan picks that one out. And the Cuba barrier goes up just after Ensu. We're going to be holding this one down over in the drums. Impact grenades go out. Flashbangs to follow. Oh, EMPs to follow, sorry. No devices to deny just yet. Walking Drone himself has a lot to work with. He starts dodging impact grenades left and right.
Well, the EMP gets eaten by one of those magnets. Seems like. Or was that nade being thrown out? Must have been. EMP shouldn't. Lycolis He's out of his EMP impacts. Nade used to disperse and dispel, destroy one of those shields.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Khan gives himself away. Keep a barrier. Keep him in place. Keep him in play. Minute and a half left on the clock. Damage done towards Jackie Wu down below. They know he's here in the bar. Has to be careful on his escape up top, because it's being watched right now. Fury know to have their eyes marked on that possible avenue late in the round. Direwolves doing a good job of really delaying time here, keeping them at bay. Yes, if a single pick goes Fury's way, then this could all crumble down. They find the trade immediately though on Souffle on the other end of the map, the site. Now BG Man, he's gonna have to go big here to try and support Lycolis on his push. Hajime, BG Man, they come in one for a piece. The last kill goes BG Man's way. They don't even get the diffuser down with much time because they don't even have to. Frag goes their way, and Fury, after looking so good, Direwolves throughout most of the entirety of that round, Fury just in the last final few seconds of it, pull it away in the 3v3, and now they've secured match point early on. Direwolves, I have to believe they're going to give us one more round at the very least before eventually bowing out. At least one or two more rounds before they go down.
I honestly don't think so. Aside from Reaps picking up a 4K, the newcomer is unfortunately just not enough for Direwolves to pursue those ones. I mentioned before, I honestly think that Direwolves are a fantastic roster. They have a great lineup and every single player there has performed amazing. But in the face of a roster like Fury that are just as experienced, if not more experienced in Rainbow Six, plus have had so much more time together as community members within a very colorful Thai siege scene.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Their performance is paling in comparison, and you look at Fury 6-1 right now. It's like, man, like, who's carrying this team? I9 with 11 frags or BG Man with 9? It's hard to say because even their Monty is like in a pretty decent KD, and like Colas did a fantastic job. Don't get me wrong. I honestly thought at one point like Fury was kind of stagnant. Monty wasn't doing enough, but they found the kills regardless.
They simply bid their time, my friend, till they knew it was proper to strike. Yes, no real carries, you could argue here. It's more of just really the whole team enabling a lot of their biggest guns to go big or go home. BG Man, they're choosing to go big before they go home eventually. I9 especially. We know he's one of the most experienced players we have here. The entire tournament obviously came from Elevate. Savior right before that. He's bringing that experience here to the Fury squad. Lycolis goes down though. They lose the Monty early, which is never a good sign. Ed finds a follow-up. He finds a second as well. Dark, the only player to get a kill here. Reaps goes down, yes, but they have a firm advantage in the round. Assuredly, this is a round that should go Direwolves' way.
3-2 now. Hajime finds that nice headshot on the Souffle, and looking like a little bit more winnable for Direwolves on this defense right now. I9 and Hajime are going to be struggling, but they have an F2 and they have an R4C. Triple kill going on to Ed. Might just be enough, but yes, it will. Jackie with the carbine cleans up that final kill, and Direwolves find their second round win a little bit too late for comfort. But it's not over yet.
Barely. It was a 4v2, came down the 2v2, but at least they clean it up relatively safely in the end. 3-6, Direwolves. Stall. Steep hill to climb. One that they're not adverse to making and traversing that terrain. Fury, firm advantage that could be swept away if things go south for them. I don't suppose that Lycolis is going to get picked off early first once again here. They're going to be more diligent now, disciplined in keeping him alive and gaining value out of his life.
Dark's going to be swapping over from the Sledge to the Buck. And BG Man from a Thermite to an Ace. Okay, so that's pretty interesting. I'm happy to see these changes come through and these swaps. Bringing a Monty to Nook, I think, is the better choice here. But okay, or not. Okay, just stick to your Monty. Okay, cool. Okay.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
They go for the Nook. It's on I-9 though.
Oh, okay. I like that. I like that. I-9 on a Nook, scary. You never know when it's gonna happen, and he might just get a surprise ace. You won't even see it happen.
I agree. He's been absolutely feeling it, and on this Nook, who knows what kind of hijinks he might bring in terms of him being able to position himself in spots that Direwolves might not even realize till it's too late, till he strikes. Souffle on this Oryx. Press 2 on it. Trying to go and fight early. Maybe dash out to safety if it ever comes. Agreement charge. He has to make the best use of it. I-9, he's already getting going here. Lan, first kill goes his way, but shut down immediately. Souffle finds a 1. He finds a follow-up on the Lycolis, who wasn't ready, wasn't prepared to try and fend him off.
That's nice. Out there. 2 kills going down in favor of Direwolves. They lose their Valkyrie, but those black eye cameras are already placed. So, if anything, they just have a camera operator going hard.
They've been losing this Monty early on in these rounds. That's inexcusable, especially there. How can you not be prepared as that Monty to have your shield up and protect yourself? Sustain into the round is all, well, one of the biggest tasks of Monty. They can't even be achieved and be lost value so much. Reaps gets a kill, huge pick.
Very unsavory duel. Hajime sees the feet of a defending member, but it's not enough for him to be able to collect that kill. He instead gets traded back. Reaps finds his. BG Man is left alone on Geisha Balcony, unfortunately not able to do too much at this point. This may be another Fury loss.
BG Man, barring some sort of heroics, never mind. Spoke too soon. Souffle takes him down. 3-6. Okay. Okay, we see you, Direwolves. But we need even more of that. Because this lead, it's starting to be cut down. Smaller and smaller. More palatable, more digestible by the second, by the round. The Fury, that match point pressure, they can't let it get to him. You gotta close this out before this lead is suddenly nil.
Jeez. Well, tell you what.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Direwolves are still hanging in there, aren't they? Like, right now, they're finding some kind of good pacing on this defense, and it's starting to look a little bit more winnable. Fury shouldn't have a problem with this. They're still on match point. They are only 1 round away, and they need to be able to lock this down ASAP before it gets out of hand, and it's 3 rounds away from that, which seems like a lot, but it really isn't.
10 seconds to insertion.
Yeah, this could be swept away
5 seconds
in the bliss if they're not careful. And Fury, they swap away from that Monty now. It gained them, you know, some value the first time they pulled that out, but the 2 subsequent rounds right after that, nil, nothing, nada. Swap on out, go to the Buck this time, like Hollis on that Ace Thermite. So double hard breach here coming for Fury. Make sure that they aren't going to be bled dry or utility in case they do get picked off early once more. 9-9 is going to be one of those big guns that we've seen come alive. He's going to need to absolutely turn it up once more to get his team going after these last 2 rounds.
Looks like Khan's going for an aggressive peek here. Doesn't see anyone just yet. Gets exposed and called out, but managed to get back inside the building. Spot free. Air jabs go down quite swiftly, so Hajime decides to get a little bit of information. push with his fellow teammates. They need to be able to get this plant going, you know, one floor below. Might be a dry push upstairs. Ooh,
Whoa.
nice headshot.
Big pick there from Jackie Wu. Dark goes down. Fury. Once again, early round struggles, but I9, he trades him on out. Oh, Hajime's taking so much damage in that fight. Look at how much damage and how much time Jackie Wu's burning here. Reeves comes in from the side to help him on out. He takes Hajime down. 4v3. Jackie Wu is still staying alive, being such a big tower that Fury can't pass.
I9 upstairs now. Getting to work on this office wall. Might be able to seat some control here. It doesn't look like that is the focus of the defending team. BG Man drops the diffuser upstairs. Decides to rotate down instead. Might put his hard breach wall to better use somewhere else, as they have left this office wall soft. Might be rotating over to Dragon and maybe perhaps Drum to make that one a little bit more useful. Maybe change the angle of how they're pushing this. But only 2 members are left, and it's BG Man and I9. They are nowhere near each other, and that diffuser is down and needs to be collected.
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
Diffuser dropped. Fight still not won here by I9. It's BG Man left all alone, and he's trapped in such a difficult position. Either run out, punished here by on Reaps, but this round is done. 2v1. They can't start throwing this away. Just literally hide. Literally just hide. 5 seconds left. BG Man, no way he wins this. No way he comes out of this on top. Jackie Wu finally peaks at the right time. And Dire Wolves, 3 rounds straight to bring this 4-6. That lead, it's slowly dwindling here.
They almost lost that one. They almost let that one slip, and it was a bit too close for comfort. The second run out was unnecessary and honestly wishful thinking. But Reaps pulling up a triple kill, trying to go for the 4th was respectable. But in saying that, I9 and the rest of Fury are just
need to locate and defuse bombs.
going a little easy here, a little coordinated. I have to say that last round they didn't look like they had a solid plan. Or if they did have a solid plan, it kind of just got thrown up into the air and, you know, tossed aside, as they didn't expect the wall to be soft. They didn't expect the defenses to be so split up, and they didn't expect such a hard defense down on the bottom floor.
Well, we're taken for a surprise then. Fury still did not find the way. Shut this down. Use that Kima barrier on that wall in Geisha. Instead of reinforcing over it. Give him just a bit more in terms of holding power there without having to use that reinforcement, because they need it somewhere else as well. And Dire Wolves, they've been pretty crafty with their defense so far. That's more testament to it. Late reinforcements here. Luckily it goes unpunished for the meantime. Look at this. Early on, you get that hole just in the nick of time before I9 arrives.
Trying to hold on Drums. 2 minutes 27 seconds left on the clock. Does look like they've got all the time they need, but I just hope they're not rushing it, because it hasn't been working out. Oh, that's nice. They managed to deny that just in time.
The perfect trick. I9's able to cross. That going unscathed for the meantime, but still has to worry about that western side of the map. They're coming in through. The balconies are theirs. It'll be difficult to challenge on still. Hajime has to make sure his life isn't given away if he peeks through this window. Kima barrier could be burned here. I9 is on that ash, so this shouldn't be a problem. Gets both the barbed and the Kima. 2 birds, a single stone. Allows him now to walk into that drum room. He's gained information in Pecan. This is a pretty common hold for any Zami. And refreshes that Kima barrier with another one.
Yeah, just look at how they've set that up. Honestly, Drum is an impenetrable force at this point. They're not going to be able to get through that. Reach a hole into Dragon. They might be able to make this one work. Man, pushing so aggressively. One kill onto Dark might make it a little bit easier. But Reaps with this deployable shield.
Man, this defense is so pesky. Fury can't deal with it. So much utility in their place. But I9 wins a huge fight. Souffle, though, holding on. He finds a double. Incredible kills here from Souffle, who cooks him and simply sets him ablaze. BG Man needs to win this fight. That he does. Drops one. Hajame's down, though. Effectively a 1v3. This is looking like another Direwolves round here, Lan. Bring it 5-6, and that it is. 11th round goes to Souffle and the Direwolves. And now we're at the final round of regulation as they crawled back. Definitely the closest game we've had all day.
Match point for Direwolves. To be able to bring this up one more into overtime. They have to make this work. This is their lifeline. If Direwolves pull this up, this will be exactly the game I expected it to be. It already is. I was very disappointed in the start. I'm not going to hide it at all. I was very disappointed in the start.
Attackers need to locate and
But they're breaking the mold now. They are now back up 5-6. Fury have not won a round in the last 4 rounds.
The location of a bomb.
They've been sitting here twiddling their thumbs, Black and Blue, and they are literally throwing this one away. They're bringing the Monty back, fading it out into a Hibana. But let's all face it, you don't even pay attention to what the attackers picked at the start. It only matters what they swap into later. Khan is now on the Oryx, wants to play aggressive. They've got Souffle, they've got Jackie, Reaps, and Ed. On operators, we've seen them play multiple times before, but Reaps is something that's an honor operator that I'm actually quite curious about. He's playing a more soft-anchored operator that's got more utility than he does firepower. Still a strong operator. Bringing in the shotgun, bringing the SMG-11 is quite standard for a mute. But will he be able to find the frags he needs to be able to secure this? Because he's got 15 out of all their frags right now. He's got the top frag. He's not far behind, but Black and Blue. What do Direwolves need to make this work?
I mean, they've got all the right pieces. The Oryx does give us a bit of confusion, just a bit. Will allow him, especially, to really reposition at a moment's notice. But is that really what they need right now? Because it's been, I think, utility play that has been the biggest thing that's gone Direwolves this far. They know the benefits of playing defense here on a map like Skyscraper, and exactly this. Jackie Wu, these shields, that's what's been really giving them an edge. Well, that they burn that Chemo Barrier, but just another one refreshes in its place. I9 is in such a delicate position right now. This could go entirely south, but they don't spy him on out. The pre-fire doesn't connect on him much. He now has indication that someone is playing close. Jackie Wu can find the angle here. Just barely out of sight. Drone confirms their suspicions. Has to fall back. So be careful about this window, though. He's going to find I9. Yes, he does. Even with that information, he goes down like Hollis, the only player to get a kill here finally for Fury. But things are crumbling. Direwolves looking to extend this into overtime.
They're so close to it. They are literally on the precipice of an amazing comeback. Match point in their favor. Fury don't have enough available. Dark and Lycolis are all that's left. They're burning ammo. They're burning man. And they all fall down. We have overtime, and Direwolves have their second lifeline, and we can see a small crack of hope coming through from the team as they just see the last moments roll by. Overtime now, and it does look like Fury have it cut out for them. Their smiles, their laughs slowly fading, and all of them quite staunch and stone cold as they try to figure out exactly what's happening and what is going wrong.
I mean, it's an incredible sequence, right? Run for Direwolves. From 6-1 match point, they come back into this, extend us into overtime, decide a round right here, right now. But that defense has proven to be 4v5, but actually I think all 5 players are in here. Yeah, that defense has proven to be such a staunch problem here for Fury and really for any team that's on the attacking side. This map really proving to be that defender-sided. Whenever the switch does come, switch was flipped indefinitely here. The Direwolves squad in their favor. Now they get to close out this map potentially on the defensive favored side, as Fury have struggled to win more than just a single round here on their attack. That was one round that they won was the first time they pulled out the Monty, and so it makes sense that they do it again, but every round after then that Monty hasn't been successful. Hajime finally pulls out here now the Flores, maybe deal with the extreme amount of utility that Direwolves are placing upon them. Those Kima barriers have been so huge in really stalling down the pace here of Fury.
Yeah, and I say that time and time again, Black and Blue, they not only buy time, but they also deny so much line of sight. We do not, it forces the attacking team to burn their grenades, to go out of their way to actually melee and take them down manually. It actually just completely changes the way the attacking team plays against the defense. And that's exactly why we see Azami get banned out in most scenarios. Her coming onto Skyscraper and a narrow map like Skyscraper, where a lot of these routes are quite linear. She plays such a massive integral role.
That's been huge right here that Direwolves have been abusing time and time on over. Bring us in overtime. Reaps his shield. It's him playing this shield this time. Last time around it was Pecan on that Azami. But now Azawomai, yes, he can refresh his drones, but it won't give him the same amount of stalling power that a Azami might otherwise have. Falls on back, that shield dealt with a lot swifter than it was a while ago. This could be a problem here right now for Direwolves Fury. They've gained space and control early on. And now they've got time to work with.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Khan, now through the house lobby. No one has fallen just yet. We've had 2 minutes pass by, and not a single person has got hit. Take that back. I clearly cursed it. Dark gets taken down. He's got 11 deaths to his name. BG Man gets hit as well. He's gonna pop that adrenal surge to heal him up just in time, but it's not gonna be enough. Dark, unfortunately. Jackie goes down and trade. Khan taking a little bit of damage.
They're gonna struggle the more picks are found in Direwolves' favor. Like a tank losing its infantry support, they need that Monty to be supported by even more bodies, even more players, and to lose picks, especially in a player like Dark, that's big. He hasn't had himself activated here this game, but we know that he can come in big in these clutch situations. I9. Oh, friendly Rotaro drone forces him on back. Could have had an angle there. But Ed, he gets a big pick now on I9 from down below. Hajime trying to pick up the slack. He's going up the stairs right now. BG Man deals with him. Geisha still being held. Time ticking. This is looking disastrous for Fury right now. 2v2. They can stick a plant. Lycolis trying to go for it. He's in a 1v2 right now. He will be able to stick that plant. It's all on the Reap to try and get this. If he kills the diffuser, then he's going to have the round, and that he does! Direwolves take it away in overtime. What a comeback from them. 5 rounds straight from 6-1 in overtime. Then they take the final one. They bring it now and have the lead here. They've got one more round to go before finally securing this incredible sequence here from Fury.
If Fury drop this and Direwolves win 8-6, it is the biggest fumble of Fury's time in this autumn league so far. It'll be their first loss and probably their biggest loss. I do not see them leaving this mentally sound or unified as a team, because this is a massive drop. Overtime match, you really have to be able to take this one away. Even if they win this, they're going to go back to the drawing board and figure out what exactly is going wrong and how is it that Direwolves are taking these rounds. They have to give them credit, they have to give them respect, but is it gonna be enough? Fury have been so passive. They have had some aggressive moments, Black and Blue, but they are not taking these moments. They're not taking them by the horns. They need to steer this properly.
5 seconds to go.
Let's see. They can keep Sat on the bull. Or will the rage be way too much here? As Fury, they're on the defense right now. Their defense was a lot more impregnable than their attacking side was. It's one they have to convert right here, right now. Otherwise, this is going to be such a heartbreaker of a loss for them. Direwolves, though, they don't want their efforts to be for naught. I9, risk he's taking here. Could maybe find a pick off. The rappel being played. Has to be careful with what he's doing right now, trying to challenge that angle. He gets ahead of a Jackie Wu. Exactly what he needed to do and falls back into safety. But Souffle on the other end of the map, he finds a pick up top. And Reaps follows suit as well. Direwolves, their attack looking just as sharp as their defense was.
And I has to rotate upstairs now. They still have a chance to be able to win this one. Warded with the C4 is a potent thing. They don't have too much utility for him to be strong against. But they have utility strong against him. A frag grenade to his face, like Colas picks up a nice kill. Reaps goes down, and it does look like they're starting to be able to find some kind of footing here. 2 members on the defense and 3 on the attack. It might not be enough, but Fury are still in this game.
What a pitch thrown there. I9, he's equalized things just a bit. He's gotten 16 frags in this game. Has to go absolutely nuclear to help his team regain control of the situation. Overtime match point. Direwolves, if they take this round, this is going to be big. Absolutely huge for them in this tournament. To gain that advantage, to gain that confidence. A minute left on the clock for Direwolves to work with. And they've got so much time still. All players full HP for either side. I9 holding out here in Geisha. Ed has got flash prep to try an entry. And I think they're going to be able to dodge this. Pecan going to be the one to make contact here. Ed supporting him. I9. He has to help his teammate out who's gone down. It's all on him. He's found 2 in the round. An ace clutch is what he needs to get this round land.
Bomb located by attackers.
3 seconds left on the clock. They know where they are. One in the corner. I9 taking on damage from 2 angles now. He doesn't have many options available. And no, Ed swings around. They take the win. The overtime comeback. 7 rounds in a row to take a hard-fought victory 8-6 over Fury. I cannot believe this.
Wow. The reverse sweep here. Coming in from Direwolves from 6-1 to bring it 6-6 in overtime straight, and then 2 more rounds right after. Incredible. Insatiable their hunger was. And the Direwolves knew that they work best as a pack, and they're the alpha dogs this time. Direwolves take the round, take the map, take it in overtime, and take the lives off Fury in such a spectacular fashion, Lan.
I just am so flabbergasted. I cannot explain how confused I am. Look at this scoreline. Let me take a photo, guys, because seriously, what a shocking turn of events. I do not expect at any one moment for Direwolves to be able to come back. Oh, wait, sorry, I'm not talking to you, Siri. Sorry.
I heard her. Not you. It's us. The skyscraper.
It's not you, it's us.
Just proving to be such a deadly thing on the defense. And when they finally needed to win a darn attack round, the Direwolves, they get the attacking round that they needed. Only the second attacking round they've won that entire game. But it came in quality, not quantity of it.
Oh, absolutely. That was such a crazy... it's like they switched on. You know, they didn't just wake up. They switched on, and they were just a different beast. And that is Fury's first loss here in the autumn split for Operation League. Direwolves take one over, and now sit, I believe, at 17.
Wow. The last time these teams faced each other, it was on Skyscraper where Direwolves won 7-3. But this time they don't want the history to be changed. They want to double down and make sure Skyscraper is theirs no matter what happens. And you guys can somewhat make sure that this could be yours if you guys join our giveaway. Hashtag call your shots down in the channel chat. Follow as well the channel that you're watching this stream on, probably on Twitch. The 600 R6 credits could be yours, as well as the R6 Operation League SCA pin. But I'm gonna look at the standings right now and how things have gone, considering that they just won that. This could be Direwolves over. Actually, they should be tied up right now then with Fury at the top.
Well, I'm not so sure about that. I believe
they're up.
Sitting...
They're up.
Oh, yeah,
they have
a
a round differential of 2.
Yeah, and they're sitting at the top now. So, honestly, that's kind of crazy to think that they just made that huge comeback. I can only imagine the boys at Direwolves are about to celebrate over this. They're gonna just take this one quite happily, and they're gonna just be very satisfied with the overall outcome of this. Wow, man. 7 rounds in a row into overtime and then a hard-fought win. I9 tried so hard. The entire Fury roster tried so hard, but they were always just falling short. Or, if anything, honestly, I think they played well, but Direwolves managed to, over and over again, catch them with their pants down and catch them in moments where they thought they were safe.
Yeah, I mean, you said it right on the money, right? They seem to have just flipped a switch, and from then on, they just kept on going. Nothing could stop them. Nor hell nor high water. They just walked right through it. I think we have the leaderboard to show you guys here right now. 16 points. Right on the money. But they have the benefit of the round differential over Fury. And that's what puts up here Direwolves, especially in their head-to-head. So, Direwolves now taking away the top slot from Fury at the top. Gaming Gladiators still there securedly at the 3rd place. The champion elevated themselves above Elevate to get that 4th. Mind you guys, at the end of the season, it's only top 4 that's moving on to the playoff.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, what a game we've had today. What a day. Honestly, the start was, like, as we mentioned, a bit rocky. It could have been better. But hey, these last few games have been pretty shocking and honestly very satisfying. Especially that last one there. That's what we like to see. We like to see healthy competition. But if anything, the real question is, when will Obsession leave with a win? Or will Strape get that first win first? Now that's the question I'm begging to ask. Because,
that's something we're all at held breath for. It's been eluding them for like a season or 2 now.
But don't forget, boys and girls, on the 8th of October, we have our next session of matches in our regular season. Direwolves versus Gladiators is going to be a very nice match to watch. And then Fury Champion, a Strape Elevate, and then Variance Obsession.
You know, maybe last season, we all would have been like, Strape versus Elevate. But then, with the way either team has been playing...
Yeah.
Who knows how things could go right, and we've all been pleasantly surprised. Direwolves versus Gaming Gladiators, that is a match that I think could be a sleeper banger, if anything. Both teams really looking primed as far as this tournament goes. Gaming Gladiators, can they regain their former glory? Because Direwolves, they've been looking like the top dog right now. But yeah, incredible performance from the aforementioned team. Direwolves looking so spicy, looking so good, and they must be feeling good after that win as well.
Oh, you'd have to be. I think a Team Korean barbecue session is in order, and everyone's got to go celebrate that. But what are I9 and the rest of the gang on Fury going to do in order to rectify this? Because that wasn't just a hard-fought loss. That was, in fact, a very massive loss. And honestly, it was pretty painful. But Black and Blue, any final thoughts on the day? We've had a pretty interesting, variety of matches today. Any final thoughts?
I mean, the match that we thought would deliver finally did, and I'm just glad it did, because it was such an incredible, once again, sequence that we saw from these two teams. Fury, if you're a team like them, you gotta learn to just, brush those off, regain themselves, come back in the next play day here for Operation League at full force, because they're still neck and neck at the top there pretty much versus Dire Wolves. They can get their revenge in the latter half of the season, regain what they've lost, learn from the mistakes, and come back to this ever strong, because we know Fury, they're looking just as hot as any other team is here. For a team like Elevate though, they want to regain their former king, their former crown. So are the Gaming Gladiators. So I'm looking to really see how those teams will regain that. But it's Champion who have shown to have really grown here as well, coming from last season into this. They're in the top 4 right now. You have to make sure that doesn't slip, especially against such a formidable team who are right on their toes like Elevate is.
Absolutely. So thank you everybody for joining us here today. If you got your prizes in the chat for the R6 Radix and pins, congratulations. If you didn't, don't worry. Next week we're going to be giving away more as usual. So make sure you come back to the chat, tell your friends about it. There are lots to be had, lots of prizes to be won, and more games and more Siege to be watched. So thank you everybody for joining us. We'll be seeing you on the 8th of October for more Siege next weekend on Saturday. LAN, Black and Blue, signing out for the rest of the night.
To the come up, it's the first page, but I shift the road up just like an earthquake. Still follow my dreams, even in the worst way. Still doing my thing, no break in my birthday. Take a long way home, had to lean on myself. Let's try to swallow me whole. Jump so high, it's not about a cushion in the max, but all about power through the struggle and the test. 38 in my lung, I can even breathe. Praying to the sky, even almost getting sick. I am who I am, even talking from the street. If it wasn't beef, they would turn me to the beast. Before getting caught up, I need to get caught out. Stuck in the cage, trying to find my way to broke out. Got a whole lot of proof, now I just need a boat out. One day on my shelf, so my tickets will be sold out. Used to be the kid, now I'm here the top. Hustle pay the price, so we don't stop. Racing time, fighting with the clock. I'ma run and play it out from the start. Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on, I feel to make it. Ready for the ride, ready for the fight. I said I move too quick, don't last, leave the highlight. No time, I got no time. Road to the hilltop, always so rocky, so tight. Gamble with my life, hard to being on my own. Trying to stay in line, so I live it on my phone. You can find one of kind person like me. Living in the moment, had to set my mind free. Cause over fear, anytime's near. I'm to the tears, finally don't shed tears. Betting on me is the right risk, then no. Always pulling down the ramp before the rainbow. Used to be the kid, now I'm here the top. Hustle pay the price, so we don't stop. Racing time, fighting with the clock. I'ma run and play it out from the start. Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't go back and having regrets. Hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
Can't tell me nothing, don't know why. I'm around for the long ride. Look up, kiss the sky, waste no time. I'll be fighting all my life.
Used to be the kid, now I'm here the top. Hustle pay the price, so we don't stop. Racing time, fighting with the clock. I'ma run and play it out from the start. Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't go back and having regrets. Hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
faint buzz is a warning. It may be the last thing you hear. But I'm the last thing you'll see. Was hit hard. He'll live. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over. Withdraw your men. Say again, Grim. I'm going in. My turn.
What's going on?
What the? Impossible.
Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. The data key on your jugular.
You were saying?
What was on that server?
QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why?